Got old Angel out here. Man, let me, I don't know if this is too late if I add earbuds. I don't know. We'll see. I'd be too late. Clean this old griddle up. Team Tidy, what's up, brother? Are you guys hearing me? Or is it going through the phone or the earbud? I kind of fucked this up. Wheel burner, what's going on? Britt. Steel Trucker. Counter surveillance. I like that one. Big Bunny, what's up, Big Steel? We're at home. We weren't going to come home until, well, today, but so we're home a couple days early. Wow, way too fucking early. I'll just say that. Is this mic? Whoa, Gord, sounds good, good. Because I don't know if it's picking up from the phone or if it's picking up from the earbud, but I guess it don't fucking matter. But we had, I'm telling you, I'm about done with these solar panel loads. They're just fucking shit. They pay good, but they're always a pain in the ass. And we got loaded down in, the hell, where are we even? Texas? No, Florida. Down in Florida. And we delivered that morning. Well, when did we deliver? Hell, I can't remember. You know, the days go by so damn fast. I don't even know when we delivered. Anyway, I think we were empty on our weekend, so we did a reset. So I think we were empty. Anyway, we get loaded. We couldn't find the place, obviously. A lot of these solar panel joints are hidden. They're not very, doing some baking. They're not very organized. The broker's not really all that familiar with the customer. So we had trouble finding it. Anyway, we did find it eventually. The broker was thinking it was all my fault. Like, dude, I'm the first appointment. I can't find the joint. I'm going all over the place. They finally said, yeah, you're not the only one that can't find it. Now everybody else is calling. They can't find it either. I said, yeah. It's going to happen. So we ended up finding it, and we got to get loaded. We deliver at 7 o'clock the next day in Indianapolis. And I said, when am I going to get a door? Well, you're late. He's on time. I said, I get it. Now, of course, once I find the place, I'm first guy there. So then the truck started coming in after I started taking pictures of what this place what this place looks like and the signage and stuff, so other drivers could find it. So then they started coming in. I gotta get some paper towels. So I guess we're gonna find out if it's on the headset or if it's on the phone. We just need to buy stock of paper towels. I mean, this is ridiculous. But so I said, well, I got a 7 o'clock appointment. I guess I'll just be late for the delivery as well. I said, I couldn't find this place. Somebody could find this place. So that's just the beginning. So they said, all right, go on this dock. We'll get you loaded. I said, cool beans, you know. Now, once I get loaded, I can't close my doors. I said, well, and if you guys hauled if you've had any issues, I guess, where the doors don't close, majority of the time is because they've got product lighting against the walls. I figured that out years ago with Schneider. When Schneider would do paper roll or paper, shredded paper or paper bundles. You just weren't able to close your door because the product was leaning against the sidewall. Schneider's got plate jailers just like mine, and eventually, I mean, you have to get it leaning a certain way so you can get the doors closed. Well, I was anticipating that was the issue. And I told him, I said, listen, the product's touching the door or the walls or something that's making that cockeyed. Well, it's your trailer, it's not us. I said, well, listen, motherfucker, I came in here with closed doors, okay? I can't leave with the doors closed because your shit, the way you loaded this is jacked up. So I can't close the doors. Well, what do you want us to do? I said, well, either unload it, restack it, I mean, get it off the walls, or just unload it and keep it off. You know what I'm saying? And I said, I don't care at this point. Well, he says, well, we close at 4. He says, you're going to have to talk to my manager. So I went to the manager, and I gave him the rundown. He says, well, we're done at 4, so everyone's leaving. You're not going to get unloaded until tomorrow morning. And 2, we're going to have to figure out how you're going to pay to get it unloaded. And I thought, well, I'm not paying shit. That's what you're not understanding here, boss. So I got into it with him for a little while. Everyone leaves, and then I still can't close the door. So me and this Russian guy, we're out there trying to get shit somewhat, trying to get it closed, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, you know. And so I ended up calling road service. And now granted, this is a 2013 trailer. It's not pristine. Yes, the bushings are bad, right? Or lack thereof. The hinges are a little janky. It's been that way since I've owned this fucking thing. So now, he's saying, oh, well, you got to get this, you got to get that. And I said, in the bar's bent, right? It says the bar's bent. I said, okay. That's all on the left door. I said, okay, now what about the right door? You can't close the right door either. So, what's up with that? But if you can close one door, then the other door will close. Because then it's not fucked anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's now square, so the other door. So neither door will close. Neither door will close. Which is, obviously something's fucked. And it's not the hinges. So, I call road service, some trailer joint. I call them up and they come over and assess it. Well, they're saying hinges and shit. I say, yeah. It's not, but whatever you say, boss. And so he ends up taking a sledgehammer. He's grinding at the clevis, the fingers. He's grinding at those, trying to get it so it'll close. He's grinding, nothing. I said, grind that motherfucker like you mean it, dude. It's a 2013 trailer. I don't give a fuck. If I'm replacing all this shit anyway, because the bars are going to come with clevises, I'm assuming. I don't fucking know. I never had to buy bars. So, I'm assuming it's going to need something. So, he ground it a little bit, did his little bullshit thing, and then we got the doors closed. So I was thinking, okay, once we get this unloaded, then we'll know what the dealio is, right? Once we get it unloaded, then we'll be able to, we should be able to close the doors. If it was the product, right? If it was the product, we'd be able to close the doors. Well, we go to this piece of shit fucking place. Have you guys ever been to those old, looks like a rail yard? They got all these buildings. They were used back in the World War I, World War II for bombs and bullshit. But they're like these little buildings they got little roads, and each one has a train track that runs next to it for loading the train tracks back in the day. World War time type shit, you know. Anyway, that's what this joint is. Now, I'm the first delivery. Ends up being 2 trucks ahead of me. I'm on time, right? And which is no big deal because I didn't have a load booked anyway. So as I'm sitting there waiting on these 2 other guys, I booked 2 loads. I got another load going to Florida for a reset, and I got a load coming back up to the house. Because that's when we planned on being home, because the wife had doctor's appointments and shit for tomorrow. So that was perfect. Well, we get unloaded, and now I can't close the doors. Empty. I can't close the doors. So it's not the product. Now it's the trailer. Now, if you close the doors and you let's say you have the doors open, but you latch them against the door, you know, like you're stowing it. If you do that and you close the doors, it's 3/8 of an inch. Now, I also called another trailer shop because I couldn't get the doors closed. So I called the trailer shop, says, yeah, pull it in, and it was right where I was picking up my next load in Plymouth, Indiana. Right where I was picking up the next load. Same town, rather. They look at it and says, yeah, it's the hinges. I said, don't think about the goddamn hinges, and this bar's bent, but this bar isn't. This door should fucking close, but it won't. Well, it won't close without this door closed. I said, it'll close if you leave that door open. Close this door. That door should close also, yes? So it's not the door. It's not the fucking hinges. It's not the goddamn bushings. The top of the fucking trailer, what I presume, because these motherfuckers, when they loaded us, man, they were just beating the shit out of us. They're hitting us hard. So my only fucking idea is that, okay, these guys came in and they hit the top of the frame. I don't know what else, other than the fact that yes, it is a piece of shit trailer, and yes, it could very well be just wore the fuck out. Could be. It could be. So now we can't. So we went to that other trailer shop. They're not going to do nothing. Well, you need new this, new that. I said, do you have any of that? No, we don't have any. Well, you know, you're not doing me any goddamn good then, are you? And so what I did at the receivers, the chain that you use to hook the walls to the doors to the walls, I guess. I just put a padlock. I couldn't close the doors, so I just put a padlock on that chain, and then drove it. However many fucking miles it was, 19 miles, 12 miles. And then, so they says we could get the doors closed, but that's pretty much it. So they got the doors closed. They had to beat the shit out of it with a sledgehammer. As soon as that door was closed, because, right, you can't close the right door either. As soon as that door was closed, you could easily close the right side door. Easily. So that tells me it's in the fucking ceiling. It's the roof. Because you should have to beat the fuck out of the other side as well. And you didn't. You didn't. You just had to beat the shit out of the driver's side door. So regardless, I cancel those loads. One broker's pissed off at me. He just hangs up on me. Which I told him in the beginning, that we might have issues with these doors. He was well aware of it. Now the second one didn't, but that second one, I mean, that didn't pick up for fucking till Monday or Tuesday or something. So who gives a fuck, you know? He's got plenty of time to cover that load. So I've been doing my oil changes every month now because you guys can't see much of shit on me. Been doing oil changes every month because my APU's not running. And so for the last month, the APU hasn't worked. And it's got 17,000, almost 18,000 hours on it. If you talk to, Thermo King or Carrier or whatever, their expectations, their life expectancy is about 15,000 hours. I'm past expectations here. We did put in a new compressor and belt when I got the truck back from Sean. And it seemed to, have its quirks going on. And I think it might be more of the computer than anything else. Because now it doesn't even buzz. It doesn't do what it should be doing. I'll just say that. To where you're under the impression this thing's going to start. So it doesn't do anything now. You turn it on, it goes through a couple cycles. Sometimes the blower motor under the bunk will turn on, like a high-speed fan. That'll turn on for a little while, and then it'll start. Well, it doesn't even do that anymore. So I'm guessing it might be finally the computer on there. And to me, it's not worth chasing, because once you start chasing APU shit, you have to stick to your guns, because you've already put X amount of dollars into this thing. You know what I'm saying? And you've already put so much money in it, and it's difficult to walk away from it. It's tough to walk away from it. And I'm just not going to get to the point where I can't walk away from it. I'm walking away from it today, or for a month now. I'm just not gonna fucking do it. I'm not gonna fuck with it. Because if you start getting into starters and alternators and all this shit, and they're troubleshooting, Wild Bill just spent like $1,000. He was there the entire fucking day, just to get it, to figure it out. And the guy had no clue after the entire fucking day. He had no clue what was going on. And he just says, oh, it's just go and tell the next guy it's electrical. Tell the next guy something to do with the electric. Oh, okay. $1,000 later, no repair. And I said, and his is doing damn near what mine is. So I said, yeah, I'm not fucking with this thing anymore. If anything, I'll figure something out. Like Wild Bill got a generator and got a generator and a window or an AC unit, one of those portable jobbies. Now maybe I'll do that. But right now, idling is it, because the $1,000. And this is another thing. Fixing the fucking APU is taking money away from the truck, right? The APU don't make me money. The truck does. I'm not in a position yet where I can throw money in an APU when I need to save the money to be throwing money into the truck. So that's out. I'd rather spend. It's not a gallon an hour. It's more half that. It's more half that, because I usually was putting in 135 gallons every time I got fuel. And I usually get fuel consistently for a 30-minute break or whatever. So I'm pretty consistent with fuel. I usually run the same miles every day. So it's one of those things where, okay, now I'm putting in 150 gallons instead of 135 gallons. So I'm spending 15 gallons more. And that's 2 idle days. Right? Keep in mind, that's 2 days of idling, not 1 day. So it's not really costing me that much money. And when you figure you start throwing $1,000 bills at a fucking APU and it still don't run, that's a lot of fuel money. You feel me? That's a lot of fuel money. So I'm over the APU. I've been idling. Now, I have been using fuel ox in the fuel, trying to salvage as much as I can as far as like the soot and all that shit. Because idling, nothing likes to idle. You know this, I know this. But, well, guess what? Motherfuckers still idle. People are still idling out here. So I'm just going to be one of those guys that are continuing to idle. I don't give a fuck. I've been buying the snake oil Pro Lube to put in the engine. I've got it in the gearboxes. I have not got the transmission yet, but I've got the gearboxes, and obviously the engine oil I'm running the Pro Lube in. Can I tell a difference? No, I can't tell no goddamn difference. But the fact of the matter is, anything I could do to help is going to help. So anyway, now back to this trailer business. So I got to get an oil change anyway. I'm actually a little early on the oil change, but I'm doing it about once a month or 10,000 miles, regardless. I'm putting in oil. And then I'm putting in a half gallon of that Pro Lube, that's what the recommended dosage is. So I'm also doing that. And so they got the oil change done. I also needed an airline. The airline for the fan clutch had where one of the circle guides that are bolted onto the engine, and it's runted about like a rubber gasket. That had wore a hole in it. So that was leaking. So I cut that out and I put one of those little butt connectors on there. That lasted about a day and a half, and then that fucker broke. So while the guy was, so I replaced it, but then I think I created another leak. Because then I put too much pressure on the little bit of hose that goes to the clutch. That actually is the brass fitting. I, at the time, did not have any wrenches. I had a ladies wrench. I had the old crescent wrench, and I was using, it's just too big. You can't, it's worthless. It can't do anything. It won't fit in there. So while he was fucking around with my trailer, I did have him replace that fitting. He did not replace the fan, the coupler, you know. He didn't fix that. He just did the leak that was coming off of the fan clutch where that brass fitting. So I was like, $300 and some odd dollars. Call it just under $400. And we were on our way. And then, so I bring my truck into the shop to get that and the oil change done. So, and then to look at the trailer. Well, they're also people that don't fucking know nothing, unfortunately, and they say, yeah, bushings this, the bar's bent. Yep. That motherfucker's been bent forever and a day. I closed the door. I mean, I can see if I just bought this trailer that, hey, the doors don't close. Okay, yeah, it's the bushings, it's the bars, it's this and that. I just had the damn doors closed yesterday. I get reloaded. Now I can't close the doors. What's that tell you? Well, obviously the shipper fucked something up, right? Because that's what it tells me, right? That's what it tells me. You don't need to be a fucking rocket science to figure out, hey, I came in with doors closed, but now I'm leaving with broken doors. Well, how is that possible, James? Well, I guess it's the bushings. It's the bushings and the bar span. Okay, yeah. Well, that's reasonable. It's not. So, he says, well, you do have that other trailer here. And I said, I do have that other trailer there. And he says, you know, we did accidentally put new shocks on that trailer. So that trailer does have new shocks. Now, I also know that trailer has a hole in the floor that one of the shippers put a piece of metal over, which is fine, because so does this other broken trailer's got a piece of metal, because these cocksuckers that are loading your trailer don't give a fuck. The fork truck isn't breaking the wood, it's the forks. They're shoving, when they come in, because, you know, and that's my fault, because I should be putting the tandems back whether they ask me to or not. But when they come in, and their forks ain't high enough when they come in. And when they come in, they're stabbing the goddamn floor. They don't use their fucking brain to figure out how the hell they're going to manage this. And then you get fucked up shit. Because they're fucking ignorant. They're fucking ignorant. So, that's where... so I just put a piece of metal down. Now, I did have a load. I had to go to a college, right? Went to a college to get unloaded. And they didn't have a pallet jack. So they drug this shit out of the trailer. You know what I'm saying? Now, I told them, I said, you see that piece of metal that I got screwed on here? When you drag this shit out of here, you need to raise it up. And so we're clearing that piece of metal. Now, if this motherfucker can do that, then you would think somebody in a fork truck could manage to see the piece of metal, see the screws, and then lift the fucking pallet up. No, they can't. They drag up against those fucking screws. They snap all the screws off. They're shoving wood under the fucking metal because they don't fucking care. So any of you guys that are thinking about buying a brand new fucking trailer, no. Never. Never, 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 never. Because these motherfuckers, these guys don't care about your equipment. That's just the fact of the matter. They just don't care. So I got this other trailer I'm going to go look at probably tomorrow. Wife's appointment's tomorrow. So I'll look at it tomorrow. And, well, what day's today? Thursday? Is today Thursday? She's supposed to be collecting her piss. Anyway, I'm gonna look at that other trailer. The only thing I like about the old trailer is it's got the right way on it. And I could take the right way off and put it on this other trailer, but man, I do love that right way. I think it's and they're too expensive now to justify, in my opinion. But scales are too expensive to not justify it. So you get into that fucking hook. Look at it. I don't know if you guys, no, you can't see shit. We did up some bacon. I was spending, I hate to sound like this, but I hate to sound like broke bitch, but I'm telling you I'm a broke bitch. I was spending $10 a day on our 30-minute break, you know. I would go in and grab a couple breakfast sandwiches, you know, and they were $10 a fucking pop. So, you know, I got the old lady with me, so it's like, well, I don't need. I said, let's get the egg beaters. Now, of course, we couldn't do this for a while because egg beaters were impossible to find. I said, let's just get some egg beaters, and then we could just make. We could just make our own breakfast burritos. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, God damn it. This is not a well taken care of machine here. That little fucking trough is full. I guess this is my mistake. I should have looked at everything before I did anything. That's my fault. But I do like that right way. But obviously, I'm gonna have to scale out, and I think this trailer might be a little heavier also. So I'm gonna have to reweigh it anyway. But here nor there, I could grab that other trailer. The hole in this trailer that Oser had, I think that hole's more up front, which is good because then it's only one pallet's going to touch it. Where the hole on my other trailer is right in the front of the trailer, so they're running every pallet across this fucking thing. And I'm telling you, I don't know why or how, if they're trained, is just like put the pallet on the fucking ground and push this motherfucker all the way to the back of the trailer. I don't know if they're being taught this shit or what, but regardless, that's what's being done. I'm gonna leave you guys down here and see if I can't, because then at least one will know. If you guys hear me, it's in the earbud, which I'm hoping it is. But I need to clean these utensils for the old ran, and then I gotta bring this food up so it doesn't get ate by fucking flies. But I'm gonna take a look, see at that other trailer. But anyway, so we made this sausage. This is sausage from the grocery store. do the old sausage, and then this has got like chorizo in it also. So that's pretty cool. That bacon. And then we use shredded cheese. Makes it breakfast pretty good. It's our hearty. And much cheaper than their biscuit sandwiches they got. Did you guys hear me? Did you hear me, or was I talking to myself? So that's the dealio. That's what's cracking. So hopefully by, oh, and I got my eye exam. You didn't hear nothing? Yeah. So the earbud's not connected. And I don't know how to go to settings on this. Micro mute. Yeah. I don't know how to do any of that. So, yeah. So the wife makes breakfast burritos in the mornings. Well, probably about 3 hours in. Because I'll usually do a 30-minute break when it's time to get fuel. So I usually drive about 3 hours. And then that way when you take a 30-minute break, then you get all your drive clock back, you know. Yeah, it's on the phone. Okay. I don't know how to change it. If I was in Streamlabs or StreamYard, I'd be able to, but I don't know. This is what this is. So, yeah, the burritos are fucking fantastic. Throw a little sweet salsa on there. Fuck yeah. So try and save a little bit of money there. And of course, we'll grill out a bunch of, and we're getting sick of it, but that's all we have. That's all I could think of. And grilling up a bunch of hamburgers, brats, and chicken breasts. And then I vacuum seal them, and that's what we have for dinner. And of course, you get your lunch meat for lunch and all that good shit. But for the most part, we're eating the same shit every day, which is good. Which is good because your body gets used to it, and then you never get heartburn. Because that's the problem that I would get is sometimes if I ate something, I'd get heartburn, and my heartburn's like a fucking whole new level of fucked up. Because I think you got two pumps that pump acid. So like one drug takes care of one pump, and then the other one takes care of the other pump. Well, I produce too much acid, and then it hits my esophagus. And then that esophagus shares the same nerve as your back. So then now you have back pain. That's where you have trouble breathing, things of that nature. Other than being a fat ass, but that's besides the point on this one. So you get regular food, you eat the same shit every day, then everything's fine. Everything's hunky-dory. Which is fine. And honestly, if I was doing it myself, I'd be eating out every day. I'll be quite honest with you. But it's a lot easier to eat a brat over and over and over again when you're just given a brat, you know. Because the old lady asks, what do you want? Hamburger, chicken breast, or brat? And then that's that, you know. And then she makes it, and then you eat it, and then you're full, and then you're done. You know, save yourself $20 at least. We spoil ourselves on resets. If we go to Florida or we go somewhere like this last one, we stayed in what fuck were we? Atia in Love City. Where the fuck were we? Oh, I can't look it up. I'm on the fucking phone. Anyway, I sent Coach a picture because they had a fucked up Hirschbach tractor just sitting there. So I sent him a picture. I said, yeah, I think this one's being abandoned, buddy. You might get a little bonus for that. But anyway, across the lot. Now this is an all paid lot. and this is probably my karma, because I'm big on karma, and I didn't pay. We did a reset there, $22 a night. I didn't pay a single fucking night. And they didn't knock on any doors. They weren't collecting it. They weren't towing anyone away. And I didn't pay a single night. And that's probably my karma, is this is what you get, Charlie, I do like the OTR. I do love it. The bumping docks every fucking day like Tiny's doing. That's what I was well, I wasn't in Texas, but that's what I was doing in the Midwest. It's exhausting. Uh, that's why Tiny has a dispatcher, because he drive himself fucking crazy trying to find these loads every fucking day. Because it's every day. You got to have another load, another load, another load. And I did it when I was with Jeff, but I was getting home every weekend. Um, but as far as like the OTR shit, man, it's good. I mean, it's good for me. Um, I enjoy it. Yeah, go to Vegas, baby. Never know, BOC. Well, I think a Vegas trip will be due once I get a rebuild done, whether I rebuild the 386 or I rebuild the 680. The problem with if I rebuild the 680, I've got to put it on insurance. And the guy I want in the truck, I don't know if he's going to be ready by the time I get that rebuilt. And then by the time that gets rebuilt, the fucking 386 is going to need to be rebuilt. So I don't feel right by selling a fucking truck that needs a fucking rebuild. So I think what'll happen is I'll rebuild the 386, be able to rebuild wherever I want on that. There's a place down in Grand Prairie, Illinois. Um, TikTok says he's doing rebuilds for 16.5. What all that includes, I don't know. I'm sure it doesn't include a new turbo and none of that shit. But then you got Hack Nation down in Texas also. So at least you could choose where you're going to get it rebuilt. Currently, my truck is half taken apart and it's sitting there. So these guys are going to they're going to get the rebuild. So that's going to cost me twice as much to have a dealership rebuild it than if I find a guy, Then of course the insurance it's gonna cost me double. So if I'm gonna do Haggai, no, fuck Haggai. Listen, Haggai is this, Haggai that. Listen, I don't trust him. I don't trust Haggai. Haggai's been out of business, back in business. I mean, it's too wishy-washy. Too wishy-washy. I'm not interested in Haggai. I mean, they might have been good for JT, might have been good for fucking Sammy. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in fucking Haggai. I'm not saying that their work is bad. I just don't know if they're going to be in business by the time they get to it. And then the truck is down there. I'm just not interested in Haggai at all. So it'd either be Hack Nation, guy down in Texas, or it'd be that Grand Prairie. And honestly, the Grand Prairie seems to be the reasonable answer because they're only 3 hours away from me, 2.5 hours away from me. So it only makes sense. It only makes sense to go to these guys. And they give a 3-year warranty instead of a 2-year warranty. So I'll go with them. Yeah, I might do Hack Nation because they're making their own turbos now with the aluminum billet fin or whatever the fuck it's called inside for $2,500. So I might get one of their turbos, but again, I think 16.5 for a rebuild is more than fair, and I don't know what Haggai charges. I don't know what Haggai charges. But and I know JT had offered, listen, if you need a rebuild, bring it to Haggai. You can stay at my house. You and I'll rebuild it, and then that'll save a shit ton of money. I don't know if that offer still stands. I don't know if that offer still stands. I know Green APU offered me a free APU because I turned JT onto Green APU. That I called them. He said, it's been a few years. I said, if you don't want to fucking honor what you said to me, You know, you gave me your business card. I've got your cell phone number, for Christ's sake. But if you don't want to honor that, that's fine. But he says, well, let me look at your channel. I said, there ain't nothing to look at. That channel's been burned down more times than not. I really don't fucking YouTube anymore. I don't have any following. It's just, those days are gone. But I said, if you'd still honor it, I'll do a video or whatever for that. But I talked you up before I even had one, for Christ. BOC got a goddamn green APU because of what I said. JT got a green APU because of what I said. But if you don't want to honor it, that's fine. You don't owe me nothing, right? Because I still think you got a great product, but you don't owe me shit. You don't owe me nothing. But I'd even take a used one. I don't even give a shit. Just give me something that's running. You know what I'm saying? Give me something that's running. That's all I give a shit. But again, an APU is just too much shit, You regretted it for a while, BOC? Yeah. Listen, I'm thinking more. So I bought new batteries the other day because I'm paranoid because I'm idling now. I'm paranoid of waking up and then not being able to start the truck. So the last time we were home, we were only home for a 34 reset. And I figured, okay, I'm gonna leave shit here, leave it on, and then we'll see if I can start the truck. Well, I waited 24 hours, which is obviously too long. Usually, if I'll take the old Ford and jump it off, no problem. I sat there for an hour trying to jump it. It was just too fucking dead, and so I went to Tractor Supply and I bought 3 batteries. I put 2 batteries in, still had to jump it to get it started, but at least it took a jump. So I put the 3rd battery in a side box. I took the other 2 batteries home because they're less than a year old, so they're still good. So I think I'm going to put those other 2 batteries in the second side box on the passenger side. And then they've got these solar panels now that they're putting on trucks. So I'm thinking, well, maybe if I get a solar panel and I could have those 2 batteries fully charged all the time. That way, if I do use all the power of the truck batteries, I'd still have batteries to start the truck. So that's all I'm worried about, is being able to start the truck. So if I can get one that just, and if I never have to worry about starting the truck, then those batteries will always be full charge, right? Those will all be full charged. But that's my biggest concern. Send you a picture. I want you to enjoy this moment, James Best. What picture? Let's see if I can see it without fucking this up. I gotta put my glasses on. What are you fucking? What is this? Oh, you getting a new hub? Is that a new hub? I had to put a new hub on this last trailer too. Your green APU's doing good, T-Bone. Listen, I don't have any complaints about the green APU. I think they're great. I think that you could get all the parts at an AutoZone or an O'Reilly's. I think that's a great advantage considering, a starter $700 fucking dollars. The solenoid and belt was over $1,000 to get that installed. It's just insanity, I do look tan. Well, it's because I just need to get kissed by sun, and I'm tan. One thing I will say is good is that green APU is really easy to work on. That's just it. That's it, BOC. I was told you can get green APU parts from Auto Parts Store. Yes, that is correct. Fuel solenoids suck. I replaced it twice. What a nickel dime business, Charlie. It's been tough, buddy. What can you do, Charlie? What can you do? I was behind the 8 ball when I came back out here, and that's my fault. That's 100. It's not the market. It's nothing. It's my fault. I kept Oser too long. I I I waited for Oser too long. I should have never have put anyone in the truck. It's my fault, you know. It's my fault. Had I done things differently, uh, I wouldn't be in this predicament. It's all on me. It's not the market. It's not. It's just it's bad business decisions. It's all me. 100% my fault. So right now, yeah, it's nickel dimes. That's it. It's nickels dimes till the truck breaks down and I ain't got the money to fix it and we go bankrupt. That's where we're at. It's a bitch, but what are you gonna do? I spent more on that TK than the Western Star. No, Oser's not dead. Oser's not dead. He's dead to me, but he's not dead. No, he just was. And I seen it on the wall, but I'm not gonna be here just shitting on fucking Oser all night. It's 100% my fucking. It's my fault. And I seen it written on the fucking wall from day one, and I ignored it. And I was thinking things would turn around and blah blah bullshit, and it never did. And that's my fault. I was holding on for too long, hoping shit would click, and nothing was clicking. And you know, it's gonna be always something requiring money. That's just it, Ringo. You know, and it's not that it's not that it's we're talking. I paid $848 for the airline from the from that fan clutch to be brought back to the wherever the fuck it is, and then an oil change. Oil change. My last oil change was like 400 some dollars. I'm at 800 some odd dollars for an airline and oil change. I mean, I just don't. I don't see that being reasonable. That's just ridiculous. So I like to start doing my own oil changes, but again, it takes money to buy the shit to able to give yourself the ability to do your own oil changes. But you know, are you going to Hirschbach? Charlie, I'm not going to Hirschbach. Um, there's two places I would go because obviously, if I go bankrupt, trucking's the biggest deal out here. I mean, we all know this. It's going to be Night Transportation or GP Transco, and I'm leaning towards Night Transportation mainly because they've got all these OCs. I mean, they got OCs everywhere, and so you're not paying for parking because that's beginning to be chronic. you know, they have a lot of drop and hook. Downfall of a drop and hook is you're getting trailers that retards are dropping off because again, Night Transportation is a stepping stone company. They're bringing in the rookies. They're bringing in people that don't fucking know how to do anything, and the people that are scared, so they don't want to. They don't want to call to get a trailer fixed. They don't want to red tag a trailer because then they're saying, why did you take that load if it's red tagged? Or they take the fault of it. So they ignore it and then they just keep dropping this piece of shit trailer off. That's the one big downfall of Night Transportation. But the other fact that they've got good equipment. I mean, shit, they got everything you want, and you could go wherever you want. It's not forced dispatch, and the rate is a fair rate. A rate per mile is a fair rate per mile. Now, I would like to talk to Salty Pirate because he was at Night Transportation. Everything seemed good, and then I just found out he's not at Night Transportation anymore. So I'm curious what that is. But you know, I think once you get the mentality that it's okay to job hop, then that's exactly what you do is job hop. Um, that's no different than Coach. That's no different than GW Bulls. That's no different than Salty Pirate. There's a fuck ton out here that just if everything don't go the way they want it to go, they bail. And I don't, I've never been that guy, that bounced. But I wasn't a company driver long enough to do it. But he quit because he couldn't get 3,800 miles a week. Isn't that pretty tough, Clyde? They starved out Salty Pirate. His name is not Quick Williams. It's possible. Come to Tucker. I'll split the sign on with you. I'm away to Phoenix now. See, there you go, Quick. I'd be with you. That's where I want to go. That's where I want to go. How about you and I just team, Quick? You know? The only problem is I do shit in the truck, so. I do shit in the truck. So, okay, what's up, baby? My best week, I drove 5,000. Listen, I'm not out here to kill myself. The only downfall, I think, with any company gig is they want you to run recaps. And Quick Williams, while you're here, is that also the case? Because I don't want to run recaps. I want to get resets in. I could do 600 miles a day, and be able to get a reset. That's where I want. You know. What's good about GP Transco? One, they've got newer equipment. They've got disc brakes on truck and trailer. They do have really good equipment. Their pay scale is more than fair, I believe, and they do run. They're truly an OTR load runner. They don't do little bumps. You know, they don't fuck around with that. You know. No, I'm not going company. If I were to go company, I mean, yeah, it's up to you. See, I like 34 resets, especially with the old lady. Running recaps is just like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you get extra time, but like, when do you do laundry? When do you actually get reset? You know, like when you. But I'll run my little fucking ass off the 5 days I'm running. 5.5. It's actually 6 days because, you know, I don't shut down till Saturday afternoon. So you got Saturday night off, Sunday day off, you deliver Monday. So you're still working 6 days. You're still working 6 days. So if you only did 500 miles a day, that's $3,000 right there. That should be easy. That's easy. So that's where I'd want to be. Like, I know Coach. Yeah, yeah, you don't work hard, you run. See, I don't know. The recap seems like you never stop driving. Now, granted, you might only drive 5 hours that day. So then you could, you could get your laundry done. You could do whatever, you do what you want to do and shit. But I just like that day and a half off so we clean the truck, we, do laundry and do all of that shit, Work Monday through Friday. Well, Monday through Friday, but I don't want to be home every weekend. Dude, I don't want to be home at all. I mean, being home isn't making money. You know what I'm saying? Being home is not making money. We got home way too fucking early. Now, I could go out and do a couple bumps here, I just can't wrap my head around the fucking I just don't. Been a while, but GP treated me well. There you go, T-Bone. How do you spend money if you're not home? How do you spend money when you're not at home? That's it, Clyde. That's it. If you're not at home, like, I guarantee you we spend a little bit of money on resets because we're in wherever the fuck we were our last reset down in Texas, I think. No, was it Texas? Yeah, because no, we were in Florida. So South Carolina, maybe. I don't fucking know. Tennessee. Hell, I don't fucking know. Wherever the fuck we were, they had like a strip mall thing, and it had Indian restaurant. It had Grumpy's. If you ever heard of Grumpy's, they got all kinds of shit, all kinds of restaurants, pizza joint, and so we had Indian food the first night, which, I'm not an Indian connoisseur. The wife loves it. So I just got mine without any spice, my noodles and chicken. It was very fucking good. So that's $100, with tip. And then the next day they had a pizza joint and it was football. So I ordered a pizza. I'm telling you, I can't find good pizza on the road to save my life. I just can't. And this was shit pizza. And They had Chicago style, and they had like this double crust fucking thing. I guess I should have gotten that. I got some what they call a thin crust. Ended up being like sausage and onions are go to, and it was a sliced sausage. It wasn't ground sausage. Shit, crust wasn't done. The cheese wasn't brown. It was shit. It was absolute fucking shit. But we ate it. Didn't enjoy it. We ate it. Their version of a thin crust, not a thin crust. But anyway, that was I don't know, maybe $40, $50 or something, and not much of a tip, of course. Maybe $1 or two, but because I walked to get it, had a beer while I sat there and waited. You could freeze good pizza. My wife makes great homemade. Earthworm. When I was younger, um, my buddy's uncle would make homemade pizza, and it was probably the best pizza you ever had. The problem is that by the time you're buying the crust, the sauce, the meats, the cheeses, you're right up there with just buying pizza. You know, it's not cheap. So I think I tried making my own pizza like my buddy's uncle did, and I think I was in that so deep. It's like I'm better off just ordering a pizza and not having to fucking do any of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But now if you get gourmet pizzas and shit like that, well, this is a decent restaurant, but nice looking restaurant. Indian restaurant was really good, and that was a lot less cheap than or less expensive than I thought it would be. I love pizza. SoCal, I could eat pizza every fucking day, dude. I could eat pizza every fucking day. Try a crock pot. What are you gonna do with a fucking crock pot? Now I gotta have like a meat market in the fucking sleeper. I gotta have the fucking. I gotta have the fucking meat market. What am I gonna do with a goddamn crock pot? And then you don't think you're gonna get tired of eating the same shit when a crock pot is goddamn 4 days worth of food? I'll take a ham. I listen. I can eat a brat hamburger chicken breast every day. I mean, it meat's a meat, right? It's like having sirloin steaks every day. Do you get tired of it? No. I mean, would you like to have something else? Yeah. And that's where you use your 34 resets to get different food. Make different food. Now, when I'm home, do we grill brats, chicken breast, and hamburgers? No, we don't. I made spaghetti, which that'll give us 2 or 3 days worth of food. We ordered a pizza for obvious reasons. You got to have a good pizza once in a while. But I'll probably fire up the grill Friday. Well, Friday, wife's got her appointment, so hopefully she's collecting her piss right now. I didn't even think about it. And then she needs to turn that in right away tomorrow morning. And then we'll fuck off, go to Aldi's and shit. I'll buy whatever I want out of there, and then grill it back up, and buy the buns again and the fucking side salads or whatever, and start grilling the fuck out of brats, hamburgers, and chicken breasts again. And that's what we'll take on the truck. Best sauce is a blended roasted tomato, just one. Costs us less than $1. In flour, salt. Oh, okay, so you're making your own crust also. Yeah. We got tomatoes. Randall gave up on the tomatoes. Stopped watering them, stopped fertilizing them, just no fucks given. Now, granted, my mom gave us those tomato plants, and we just found out how much of a green thumb Randall isn't. Randall wanted squash and cucumber. I mean, he wanted all this shit, but he can't even take care of a cucumber plant or a tomato plant. So they're just sitting there rotting. So we'll have a bunch of volunteers next year, and because it's just rotting, you know. You can't satisfy me, Ringo. Can't do it. But I do like it when the old lady warms up my food, you know, reheats the hamburgers and shit, because then I'll eat it. If I'm in the truck by myself, I ain't going to eat that shit. I'm going to walk out of the truck because I want to get out of the truck. Two, last thing I want to do is microwave shit. So if it's my choice, I'll eat out every day. But if the old lady's making me the meat, the food, I'm gonna eat it and then I'm gonna be satisfied. I just am too fucking lazy when I'm done to fuck with all that, you know? Fuck it. Fuck it. And then we only got so much freezer space, so much fridge space. Um, I do have an igloo cooler, but the cord that's in it, I let somebody use it in the truck, and I think I got it back, or something. But the plug is a different plug that was in there, and that plug isn't working for it. So I don't know if I got the wrong plug, or if the fucker just don't work no more. I don't know. I don't know. I'll see if I can find a plug on the road. Most truck stops have plugs for sale, and I'll buy a plug and see if that works. But otherwise, I'm not paying another $300 for it. Not doing it. But storage, the food space is, I mean, takes a lot of space in the truck when because the freezer, I freeze everything before we go on the truck, so that way the shit that we're gonna eat, we could just put it in the fridge, it'll defrost, and then pack up the freezer as much as I can. Amazon plugs are cheap; they're almost universal. See, that's what I think too. Shop fees is that the plug that was in there. The only reason why it was left inside is because that's the plug it goes to. So I'm thinking maybe this fucking thing is broken because the fan doesn't turn. So I'm thinking maybe that's it. But then I'm thinking, well, maybe it's the wrong plug because it's got a red dot and a blue dot. Now that red dot and blue dot I have on my small cooler because it will heat and cool. But does igloo coolers, do they heat and cool? Because then it might not be the plug at all. Might be the wrong plug. Uh, and I tried to find it's the bigger igloo, and I looked on Amazon, and it's showing a different style plug than what the plug I currently have. But then when you tap on it, then the picture is the exact same plug as that I've already got. So maybe the fuse is blown. I didn't spend too much time on it. I was convinced I had the wrong plug. But I know there's an inline fuse. Maybe that's broken. Or maybe the plug itself is bad. Or it don't fucking work. So maybe I'll order one and just see. I'll order one today. Maybe I get 2 days shipping on it. I got a butt plug yesterday. Fit right in. Oh, well, shop fees. That's because you got a sloppy ass, buddy. You got a sloppy ass. Got a thumbs up from a hitchhiker. I gave him a thumbs up back. There you go. Yeah. I had my 5,000 watt inverter installed. I like the Bluetooth. Now, this has got a 1,500 watt inverter, and it's really, microwave takes twice as long to do anything. It's not a big enough inverter. But microwave takes 8 minutes to make popcorn. It's pathetic. But again, to buy another inverter doesn't make sense. I need to keep that money for the truck. Because, fixing this trailer does me no good. Putting a new piece of wood in this trailer does me no good. Because I need to save that money to keep the truck on the road. Because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You never know when a mechanical issue is going to come up. And the truck is what makes you money. Not the fucking trailer. What's Chicken Hawk's future? Oh, I'd like to get a rebuild in it, Marty, but wish in one hand and fuck in the other, and which one's going to get filler? You're not. It's going to be a while. I'll know by this time next year what the future for the shit hawk is going to be. I'd like to get it rebuilt. The fact of the matter is, am I going to? I don't know. It all depends, because I know we're going to be out till Thanksgiving. I mean, Monday we leave. We're not coming back till Thanksgiving. So we do pretty well, and potentially, I believe, we could have rebuild money by this year, this time next year, at least for the 386. Depending on how that's going, we might get the 386 rebuilt. That way, that one's done and taken care of. That's the one that's making money. That's the one that's going to get the money. Or I could rebuild the 680 and let it sit, right? After it gets rebuilt, let it sit, and then try to get enough money to get the 386 rebuilt. But to expect one truck to pay for 2 rebuilds, that's a high ask. That's a high ask. I don't know. I don't know if I got it in me. I don't know if the truck's got it in it. So one will get rebuilt, and more likely than not, it's going to be the 386. Is probably more likely going to get rebuilt before the 680. Go get a generator and APU. I got you. $1,000. Get it back in a month. The fact of the matter is, I don't spend $1,000 on fuel even when I idle. Like, I'll idle every fucking night, and I'm not spending that much money on fuel. I'm just not doing it. You maybe spend $20-something a night on fuel idling. Pick up a 680 with a Packard cheap. Well, then I'm looking for another rebuild. So that doesn't do me any good. Buying another truck doesn't fix the problems. The reality is this, is I seen a 2021 at the international dealer, my dealer, and now it's granted it's Kentucky, but they've got a 2021 Cascadia with 450,000 miles on it for 45 grand. That seems like a better than putting 30 grand in a 680. It just seems like putting an engine in the fucking 680 isn't gonna, it's you know, because kind of like what Narc said, the rear ends are still got a 1.2 million miles on those rear ends. Those rear ends haven't been done, right? The axles haven't been redone. I mean, there's a lot of shit that has been done to that truck, but there's a lot of shit that hasn't been done, right? Wiring harness, ECMs, all that shit. That's all going to be flooding in. So the 680 may never get rebuilt. It just, because it may not make any fucking sense to rebuild it. When I could get a 450,000 mile 2021 Cascadia. You know? As much as I like to punch myself in the fucking dick for saying Cascadia, but it doesn't seem to be that great of a business decision to rebuild when you can buy a whole new fucking truck. Or not, you know, not new, but I mean, 450,000 miles, that fucker's got half its life left. It's got 5 years left. You know? Shouldn't be a problem getting 1 million miles on a DD15. There shouldn't be a problem getting 1 million miles on anything except that new X15. That X15 is trash. I would never buy anything with an X15. They're just garbage. And people have their opinions, like it's not getting oil to 6, and you know, 6 always has a problem because of the coolant. They get too hot. And then they're saying that their sleeves aren't high enough, so they don't have a good seal, and then the pressure comes out of the sleeve, blows the head gasket. So I just don't want to fuck with an X15, you know. This truck will be available for sale next year. Yeah, quick, your truck. You've got the Volvo. Dude, I'm telling you. Oh, and then I seen the new fucking Mac. And now they've got the fucking, the Mac has the Murphy bed in it. Golly. You know? And I'm telling you what, the 386, yeah, it's a nice truck. But motherfucker, if that ain't loud. The Cummins is loud. The wind noise is loud. It's just everything is fucking loud in that truck. Like when I'm talking to the old lady, I can't hear her if she's in the sleeper. I can't hear her. It's like we got to yell back and forth. I'm not interested in any of that shit. you know, it's just too fucking loud. You get a fucking now when we got towed after the accident, the, he had a fucking Cascadia. Now it's a piece of shit Cascadia, but it just seemed like there was so much more room. So much more room. Now, granted, it didn't have a shitter in it, it didn't have a cooler in it, but there was room in between the seats because it didn't have a stick. That it's a wider cab. It just seemed to be so much more fucking room in it, and it seems like Peterbilt is just a small, and it doesn't have a double bunk, so you lose a lot of storage space and shit. ROCs are full of trucks. I know. Does 680 have a bad engine? Yeah, it's got number 2 and 4 sleeves slipped. Unfiltered, what's up, baby? Number 2 and 4 sleeves slipped, so it's consuming coolant. It's not going in the oil. It's going out the exhaust. Going out the exhaust. So, I mean, if they put that truck back together, I could run it down south and get it rebuilt. But the reality is that these guys, I've got a truck and trailer sitting there for almost a year now, and they have never bitched or asked me for storage fees. So, knock on wood. So they're going to end up doing my rebuild. Shitting in the truck is very Jeet of you. It is. I do love it. Volvo 860 is the shit for OTR drivers that actually stay out. Yeah. Well, if it's got that table, you always want that table, but are you going to use the table? But with the wife and myself, we definitely use the table. We would definitely use the fucking table. Now, as an individual, are you gonna? I don't even want to microwave my own food. You think I'm gonna fucking disassemble my bed and turn it into a fucking dinette set just so I could turn it back into a bed? Probably not. With the wife, yes, because the wife would be doing that while I'm driving. You know what I'm saying? So, it's plausible that we get use of it. But yeah, having a bigger truck for 2 people, especially, and the fact that we are out a long time, and bless the old lady for sticking it out with me. I mean, she's as dedicated to do this as I am, if not more so. And we're enjoying ourselves, to be quite honest with you. We're enjoying ourselves being out here. We go home, it's like, oh, we go home and gotta do this and that and all this other shit. We're just happier on the road, to be quite honest with you. She's talking about, well, we should just sell the fucking house. Sell the house and just stay on the road. But that's a big ask, you know what I'm saying? That's a big ask. Yeah, Britt, she's the best, man. She is the best. Otherwise, I'd have been done already. And I already told her that. So unless you come with me, I'm not going to stay out weeks at a time. It's just not. It's just not my thing. Ain't never done it. Don't have zero desire to fucking do it. But if she's with me, then we have a good time when we're out there. She has bad days. But so there's times she just hangs out in the sleeper all day or whatever, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. She gets upset with herself because she doesn't feel good, but it's the nature of the beast. And then, resets and shit, we try to find a place that we want to go that's going to have, a restaurant, bar, something to fucking do, and we have a good time, Yep, they are big. Where's Randall? Randall's at work. He's working till 1 or something. What will truckers coach do? I don't know. James, do you carry a toolbox in the truck? Charlie, I do. But I don't have, I didn't bring wrenches. I know. I could have fixed that airline myself. I was at a TA. I could have easily gotten that brass fitting. You know, TA wasn't going to do shit because of whatever. And changing a fucking airline is, pretty goddamn basic shit. But all I had was a crescent wrench. And so I need to go to Harbor Freight and get a set of wrenches just so I've got them, because I'm not a complete fucking invalid when it comes to wrenching on shit. I did my own oil change. I changed my own shocks. It's just, and I want to eventually start changing my own fucking tires. Change my own tires, brakes, shit like that. Just need the torque wrench, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, yeah, toolbox full of speaker wire. I'm telling you, that used to be my day. I rewired a '73 Grand Torino, the wiring harness with speaker wire. Yeah, comes in handy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, stay ready. You ain't gotta get ready. I hear you. Fate Trucking, what's going on, baby? Upstate New York. We're doing all right, Fate. We're still breathing. Yeah. What happened in Cali with SoCal? I don't know, Manny. We went out to eat. Oh, that was the turbo actuator. We had a turbo actuator go out when we were in Cali. That's when I first picked the truck up and I was running it through its courses for 2 weeks. And went to Washington and all, did all where we wanted to go. And then it was the turbo actuator wanting to put us in D-rate. Are you getting exercise on the road? Well, Charlie, sex. I'm getting sex on the road. And the wife and I do a little bit of walking. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Yeah, I fixed a couple coolant leaks maybe. Yeah. Yeah, sex is primary though, Charlie. Might do a truckers only fans. And I don't mind fucking in the sleeper. I don't mind it at all. You just got to be fast. You can't do the long thrust because then the cab rocks. So you kind of got to be like a rabbit, just plowing the shit out of it. That way the truck kind of stays. And we've been doing a lot more rest areas also, because we picked up a grill. So if we ever do, we got a gas grill and some tanks. So if we ever stay out longer than our food supply, we can always pick up some meats or whatever, and then just grill out. We went to one rest area. It was a good sized rest area. No picnic tables. I thought, well, we'll have lunch, because we'll go and eat lunch outside at the picnic table. I'll bring my computer and then I'll do some back office nonsense. And yeah, we've been doing a lot of that. So like I said, we have a good time while we're out here trucking it up. I mean, the wife and I really do have a good time out here. And if everything goes good, without a hitch, then there is no issues. But solar panels are always a pain in the ass, man. But I do love doing them because they pay well. But I've never once did a solar panel load where I was actually going to his job site. It's always these weird ass abandoned warehouses or whatever, and they're just stockpiling these fucking things. So there's no employees there. You're waiting for some guy to show up. You hope you're at the right place, and you wait for somebody to show up to unload you. There's nobody there. And most of the time they're late. No matter how early you are, they're late. And or it's a big warehouse and it's just mass confusion. Like that one in Salt Lake City where we were all standing out there. She had 200 trucks coming in, and we're all standing outside checking in. And then figuring out, why is this taking so long? And then to find out when you get up there 5.5 hours later, she's making you stand in another line waiting for a door to open up. It's like, why don't you just take our goddamn phone numbers and call us? And then another dude came in, and that's what he started doing. So then he kind of ate up the line, and then we got to the truck. And then people that were behind me says, "You're not unloaded yet?" I said, "No." You better go up there because she's back. And now you got all these guys that are just hounding her to get a fucking door. And she's just giving them the fucking doors. She's not going by that phone list at all. So, so I went in there and fucking hounded her fucking ass. It's like, what the fuck? It's just, and it's just a lot of these places are that way. And then some of them, their dock plates are too low or too high, or the door's not tall enough. So then when they double stack the front of the trailer, they have to down stack that. Just a fucking nightmare. Every one of them seem to be a fucking nightmare. So I think I'm done. I think if I grab another solar panel load, the old lady's going to fucking kill me. Because they've been nothing but fucking trouble every fucking time. We had a sweet load coming out of Salt Lake City going to, I think it was South Carolina or something, but it was going to a Federal Reserve. Now, granted, I'd have to drop Lorraine off at a truck stop and drop all of our guns off, but because it's Federal Reserve, they're not going to allow you any of that shit, and no passengers. But it was a coin wrap, so it was just more or less paper tubes for the coins. That was a good fucking paying load. But lost that because they didn't unload us in a any type of organization. This one was, okay, I've got the first appointment, but I can't find it. There's 7 trucks coming in, and I'm number 4. And they have to downstack and all this shit. And some guys were helping to downstack, and then other guys just sat their ass in their truck. So it's taken, an hour and a half to get this shit unloaded, where it should take 30 minutes. And I lost that load, but was able to grab another load and blah, blah, bullshit. You can always find a load. That's not an issue. It's not like the load board's empty. It's never empty. There's always something to fucking get. So I don't sweat that shit. Like if I lose a load, I lose a load. It is what it is. Because there's loads out there. You're going to not just be empty and have to wait till tomorrow. You might need to wait till tomorrow to get a good rate, but what are you going to do? Salt Lake City rates aren't all that fantastic anyway. They're not bad considering what you're making to go there. Same with Colorado. Rates aren't bad considering what you got paid to go there. But that's same as Florida and all this other shit. I did see like Arizona's not all that piping hot anymore, unless you get a solar panel load out of Glendale, Arizona. They got solar panel loads going to Indianapolis for like $3,200, or at least $3,200. That ain't bad. I mean, California seems pretty decent, but going to California ain't worth a fuck, which we all know that anyway. But we're trying to stay up north a little longer, so it's a little cooler and we're not sweating. We're about done sweating our asses off. We'll just say that. We're done sweating our fucking asses off. So we're kind of welcoming winter. We'll still run south for the most part, but it won't be fucking 90 degrees out. It won't be 100 and something degrees out. So we'll be okay with that. But right now it's like, like our last load was going right back to Florida again. It's like, we just got the fuck out of hell. Texas. We just got out of fucking hell. Now we're putting ourselves right back in it again. But what are you going to do? But I would like to get a generator and do the AC. I'm pretty sure the wardrobe that's in that Peterbilt, if I took the door off, I think I can get, I'll have to measure, but I think I can get one of those portable air conditioners in the closet. Then you just got to pipe it out. So I would just pipe it out from underneath the bed and then either have the side door open or cut a fucking hole in the fucking door and put one of those louvers like for your house and put that louver on there so the air can get out, and then just put a drain hole in the floor and let the water run out of the fucking floor. is what I would do. Um, but what are you gonna do? I might get. Well, this is another thing. The bunk heater doesn't work without the APU running. So I don't. We just might just be idling it and saying fuck it. It is what it is. It's a cost of business. It is what it is, and we're just gonna idle because it seems like you pass one hurdle and you get another hurdle, and then if it ain't AC, you need heat. It just it's never fucking ending. So could I go on Amazon and get a knockoff fucking Webasto? Yeah, I probably could, but who gives a fuck? So if your wife didn't ride with you, it would have been over for trucking. Yes, Charlie. Yep, it'd be over with trucking. I've got I got zero desire to do it by myself. Not for weeks at a time. You know, and it seems like the local shit. It seems like all you're doing is rush, rush, rush. Like with Walmart account, you're just on a time clock because the only way you're going to make money is if you get two loads. And if you get stuck out at night, you're not getting two loads the next day. And if you do get two loads, then you're getting stuck out again and again and again until you get your day off. And so it's just, and I don't remember making all that great of money at fucking Walmart account. I just didn't feel like I was making that much money working for Schneider. I don't even remember what my checks are. Now I did talk to a guy. He's doing over 100 grand as a company with Schneider doing Walmart, but the motherfucker runs his ass off. If I'm 52 years old or going to be 52, I ain't got that. I ain't got that kind of kick ass in me anymore. I just don't. But the wife she's digging it. So as long as the wife is digging it, because listen, the reality is that we've made our house where we're happy in our house where we don't want to leave, right? We'll go get groceries or do whatever. But, granted, we didn't open up the pool this year. May or may not open it next year. Don't know. But we need to make money. This place is plain fucking simple. And she's down with it. And we enjoy doing what we're doing currently. Currently enjoying what we're doing. So, but if she says I'm out, then I'm out. Then I'm done. You know, maybe I'll find a dump truck job or a concrete job. Maybe I'll find something like that. But as far as like over the road shits, that's over. That shit's over. I didn't get married to be an OTR driver. When I was Walmart was fine because I was home every day. But then you get tired of dealing with Walmarts. And then, and that's why when I decided to go lease with Schneider, I was trying to do, the 5-day deal or 6-day and getting a reset at home and see how that went. That's why I didn't buy a truck and just jump on because I wasn't willing to do OTR. I'm not willing to be out weeks at a fucking time. Ever. But with the old lady with me, then that's a totally different story. It's a totally different story. As long as she's with me, I don't give a shit how long we stay out. We can stay out a fucking year for all I give a shit. We don't care. And if we're at home, we're just watching TV, or I'm sitting out here fucking drinking beers and grilling shit out or smoking shit, and that's that. Well, doing this doesn't pay me money, but I could do the same thing OTR and still grill out, drink beers, and fucking make money. What's the difference? I'd rather be out making money than sitting here not making any. But last month was rough because the insurance and everything was due. So we were pretty fucking tight. And then this month was going to be our month. But then, of course, we shut down a week early. So we lost that money. But we'll make it back. We'll get it back. I got nothing but faith that we'll be all right. The truck is just running really good. Really, it's just running really good. And, that might be part with the fuel locks, might be part with the Pro Lube. You know, obviously I'm changing the oil a lot more often because of all the idling, trying to get all that dirty soot and shit out of the engine, and then running the fuel locks to keep the soot down. Um, DEF has gone down as far as like using DEF has gone down, so it's doing something, right? It's doing something. When we were wherever the hell we were, this South Carolina or wherever, um, well, I mean, we idled for the 2 full days off. You know, Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday, and I filled up before I parked. Of course, we went through a quarter of a tank of fuel, but we didn't go through half a shit of DEF. You know, I think I put in 3 gallons of DEF after I would normally fuel. I think we only use 3 gallons or something. So, yeah, we're not. I think the fuel ox is doing its job, and I know it does something because I ran it on the 680 with my first contractor, and on the stacks you could see white film. When he got done running that bottle, you could eat off those stacks. Now, if the exhaust is doing that, imagine what it's doing on the inside. Imagine what it's doing on the inside of the truck or the engine. If your stacks are cleaner. So I'm a firm believer. It was just a little too high priced. So I talked to the dude. He gave me a fucking screaming deal, and so I get 2 bottles sent a month. And I put 1 ounce in every side because 1 ounce does 80 gallons, and I usually get 130, 150 gallons. So I'll put a 1 ounce on each tank, so that's 160 gallons. So I'm overdosing a little bit, but not excessive. Now there are times where I think I'm going to put more than that in, and then I'll put a dose and a half or an ounce and a half on each, and then I end up putting 160 gallons in. But that dose and a half should be what, 160 plus another 80, so 240 gallons. So that's getting a little overdosed, but I don't think there's anything wrong with overdosing. But we're doing, and then fuel economy. I mean, dude, I'm still pulling 6, 7. Now sometimes I'm doing 5.5. Like when we idled for the entire weekend, I think we were at like 2.4 miles to the gallon, and then of course we were heavy. We were at 2.4 miles to the gallon on that load. But most of the time we're at, you know, 5.5, 6.5, 7. I mean, we're doing somewhat okay. Doing somewhat okay. So I'm getting better fuel economy uh, with the uh, with the fuel ox. So, but with all the idling I'm doing, I almost feel like I have to do something. You know, like I know when Sean had the truck, he was in California. I think he had number six and number 4 or something. He had always number 6 injector. That's the same issue I had with the 680 before I had to put injectors in it. Is number 6 injector is the first one to go because that's the one that gets the hottest, and because it doesn't have a good coolant pattern, and it's always number 6 that goes first. So when Sean was driving it, number 6 was going on, and then on his way back, number 6 disappeared. Uh, Never had that. So I started putting in the everyday fuel treatment, hoping to lubricate that the injectors better, you know. So ever since I got the truck back, I've always been running a fuel supplement, always. But then I figured, okay, now I'm idling. I need something with a catalyst to take care of the soot, and that's where Fuel Ox comes in. So in theory, I'm paying a little bit. I think I'm paying a little bit less for the Fuel Ox than I was the everyday treatment. To be honest with you, because that was $20 a bottle, and then Shit, I had to put 2 ounces, 4 ounces, something like that. Whatever. I mean, I was going through a bottle pretty fucking quick. If I was out 2 weeks, I was buying like 10 bottles or something, or 6 bottles, whatever. I'm saving money with Fuelox, so. And Fuelox got the catalyst. I wouldn't mind trying Pittsburgh Power, but that's just too rich. It's just too goddamn rich for me. I'm not. It's just like that. Like I'm using ProLube, but then they have that fiction fighter. You remember the one Coach did a video? I think Spectre got some too, but I'm not sure if he did a video. But one truck show or whatever, they were trying to promote this shit. Anyway, Coach put like a gallon of water on his tire, and you watch the engine running, and you seen the water shaking. Then after he added the friction fighter, then everything kind of mellowed out, and the water was just like moving a little bit. So I hate to fucking say it, but I think any additive is better than no additive. You know? So ProLube's $120 a gallon, and you use half a gallon per oil change. And I think that friction fighter, I think, is like $160. And again, I don't know how much you put in. If you put the whole fucking thing in, or if you put half of it in. I'm not quite sure. I just couldn't get over the sticker price. I didn't even read the directions. Fuck, maybe you only put a quarter in. Then it would be cheaper than ProLube. But again, I didn't even read the directions, so I don't even fucking know. Don't even know. Yeah. So that's where we're at today. That's about it. That's about it. I can't think of anything else. Like I said, though, the truck is running really, really good. I got no faults. We got that steering angle sensor fixed. That was a little more expensive than I wanted, but cruise control worked. I say cruise control works probably 70% of the time. If you let it, it'll work 100% of the time for the most part. So I'm gonna say 90% of the time. If you turn the truck on, you gotta let it go through the cycle of everything, and then you can start it. If you rush it, then that Bendix gets a fault, and then it's a head unit fault. It's not worth changing out that head unit. You just turn the truck off and recycle it and start it back up, and then the cruise works again. So cruise control definitely helps with the fuel economy because I can slow the truck down a little bit. And then without it, I'm governed at 72. So, I just lay my foot on the fucking fuel pedal. It's just too complicated to, keep doing this shit. Trying to maintain a speed. So you just bury it. So I'd probably say fastest I go now is 68. At middle of the road, I'm usually at 65. If I've got a lot of time, I'll do 62. But I'm just obviously trying to sip on fuel because of all the idling. But I used to hate idling, the thought of idling, but you get over it, right? Sweat your dick off, Sweat your dick off if you want to. I will idle that motherfucker. I don't care. And if the engine seizes up and it does whatever, then it does whatever it does. Then I'll figure something else out. Like I said, I was already ready to go to night transportation. As soon as the insurance company told me, no, that we're going to total the truck out, we're not giving you no settlement, we're not giving you nothing, we're just going to total it out. Okay. I was a little shocked in the beginning, and then I wasn't. And then after talking to Quick and talking to his guy, it's like, I kind of like this, I'm never going to have to do IFTA again. I'm not going to have to worry about, my fuel card. I'm not going to have to worry about fucking downtime. I'm not going to have to worry about a fucking blown trailer tire. I'm not going to worry about fucking maintenance. I ain't going to worry about shit. I'm going to drive a nice, quiet, spacious truck. I'm going to get vacation pay. I'm going to get fucking benefits, right? Now, the wife, she's got Medicare, so, she don't necessarily, but, Medicare has donut holes and things of that nature. But I haven't had insurance for fucking Coon's age. And then, they've got all those OCs. You get the newer equipment. And they've got, the EPUs and all that other shit, which is, fine. And then they pay for college. They pay for college for you and your spouse. Well, how can you go wrong? How can you go fucking wrong? I mean, that's when you want to run recap, right? So you're not running hard every day, but you still put in a decent day. You just start, you study, you do your online courses or whatever. Now you can get some college in on their dime, still make good money in a decent fucking truck, and not have to worry about IRPs, 2290s, UCRs, IFTA. You ain't got to fuck with any of that. The goddamn insurance is a fucking joke, booking loads, fucking doing carrier packets, arguing for fucking detention. All of this shit goes away. All of that shit goes away. So I was happy that, okay, but the only thing is, a company job's not going to make me the money that I owe. It's just not gonna. The only way that I'm going to be able to pay my debt down is owner-operator. That's it. That's it. The only way I could pay that debt down. And so if, again, the truck has a breakdown that I'm not able to fix, bankrupt. Period. And then I'll head tonight, because I was talking to the wife about it and all the benefits that we'd be getting, and she's down, she's down. So that's still so I don't, it's like, yeah, we're not broke. We're okay. But can we cover injectors right now? No. No, we cannot. No, we cannot. If injectors do go out, they go out. And we'll nurse it home, and then I'll call the fucking lawyers. I'll let the fucking bank know. I'll close up my account so they can't fucking take any more money from me. And bankrupt it is. That's it. That's it. And it's my fault. 100% my fault. I should have never, after my first contractor, and once I had 0 contractors, I should have never gotten out of that fucking truck. I should have stayed in it. I should never, oh, sir, I love you. I should have never brought you on. I should have never brought you on. I should have stayed in the truck, and then I would have been fine. Would have been fine. Would have been better off than I am now, but I thought, well, we get some more contractors, blah, blah, bullshit, and then I get more contractors, and then they just burn you to the fucking ground. And now I gotta dig myself out of a fucking hole because of contractors for the last 2 years. Or for the next 2 years. But, whose fault's that? Mine. My fault. Everything, my whole little world revolves around me. If it rains shit on you, that's because you created shit. So it's 100% my fault. 100% my fault. But you live and you learn, and failures turn to lessons and blah blah bullshit, and you kind of learn what not to fucking do. But are we going to get to that point of what not to do? Well, that's crazy. One, I'd have to have enough money to get 2 rebuilds done. Or I would call it 3 rebuilds, because the 680 is going to cost me twice as much as the 386 versus a dealer doing it and somebody else doing it. But if I could build that back up, would I bring on contractors again? Yeah. Would I ever give up the 680 again? No. No. I will keep the 680 in a trailer forever. To put myself in a situation where I'm 100% dependent on my contractors, I'll never do that again. I'll always have a fucking truck. So when the contractors decide that they want to be lazy, then I can make up the difference with my own truck and trailer. Plain and simple. I'll never put myself in a position where I'm 100% dependent on other contractors, because sometimes they don't have the need, desire, or the drive to do what they need to do. They know they should do it, but that don't mean they're going to do it. And some people that's just the way they are, And I can't put myself in a position to let those people influence my fucking income. So I'll never get rid of the 680 again. Nobody else will drive that 680. I'll keep it and I'll drive it myself. Might do an Outback. I might do 2 weeks at a time. Might do whatever the fuck I do with it. But at least I'll have the availability. I have the availability to make up income. But the 386 is, that's going to go. Obviously 386 will go, because that's not, the truck's a good runner, but it's not comfortable for two people. The wife is more wanting to keep the 386 because that's, her first truck, blah, blah, bullshit. But we'd all be much more comfortable in a bigger truck. It's just, if it had a second bunk, maybe, but it's just not. It's small. We get by. It works. But having a little extra creature comforts don't hurt either. So that again, losing everything and going tonight, I'm okay. What I won't do is a fucking lease. I won't do a lease. I want to be all about company. I won't do a lease. One, you're never owning it. You have all the responsibility as a 1099 because you're a business. And I don't want to fuck with all that bullshit for what? A couple bucks? That's a couple dollar difference to lease. I don't want it. I don't want it. If I go company, to me, in my mind, that's semi-retired. That's semi-retired. I don't need anything. I don't need ATBS, which is a complete fucking joke. And you're paying them what? $40 a goddamn week? It's $160 a month. When you could buy QuickBooks probably for $160 once. Or, come on, man. It doesn't make any sense why these people do what they do. ATBS is a fucking joke. And I just don't, there's no benefit for me to be a lease. There's a fuck ton of benefits for companies. That's why they have lease options. There's a shit ton of benefits for a company to offer lease. There is no benefit to you to be a lease operator. Unless it's your equipment. And when I say lease operator, I mean you're buying the equipment from the people that are feeding you. It's not your own truck you're bringing in. You're dependent on them to feed you enough to be able to make a living while still paying for their equipment. Because 9 times out of 10, these things are considered rentals. And if that's fine, if that's what you want, right? To each his own. It's not what I want. I don't want to rent a truck. I don't want to be a leased guy. I'd rather I'll embrace the company shit all day long. All day long. And then, of course, you be a recruiting whore. I don't have a problem being a recruiting whore. I'll do it in a hot minute. You see a video from me every goddamn day if I go tonight, or GP Transco, or anywhere else I go. I'm going to be recruiting fucking whore. I'll get that goddamn money. It's free. And if I'm there and if I'm working there, well, it's got to be okay, or otherwise, why would I be there? You know? Kind of like Coach. Or, I mean, there's a lot of fucking things I could do. I don't necessarily have to drive a truck. I don't necessarily have to drive a truck. I could just be a dispatcher, even though I fucking hate it. I could be a fucking dispatcher. How many dispatchers are out there that can't even speak fucking English that are booking loads for you? How many phone calls do I get every day for a dispatcher that I can't even understand you. I am not talking to you every fucking day. When I can't understand you, I'm not going to do business with you. Every fucking day I've got to struggle to understand what the fuck you're trying to tell me? No, not doing that. Not doing that. So imagine if your phone was blown up and it was actually somebody who can speak English and has been in the trucking industry. Not these foreigners that they know, hey, there's loads on the load board. We can call these guys and just give them that load and we get paid. Okay. But how about somebody who's been out here and fucking in the business, negotiating, getting fucking loads? Well, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier. And brokers don't even want to fuck with the foreigners anymore. And I've had it where I've picked up loads and they're saying, you're the first person who speaks English that I've had here for months. Shippers are sick of it. Receivers are sick of it. It's like people get, what is that, ghetto fatigue? They're getting the foreign fatigue now. Everyone's at their wits' ends with everything. Anything that fucking irritates them, people are just, they're shunning it. You know, they don't want to have to explain themselves 500 fucking times for you to figure out what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. And they're sick of the fucking ghetto fatigue, the fucking mouthy fucking black bitch women, and they're fucking hand in the pocket boyfriends that play video games all fucking day. People are fed up with it. They're fed up with it. So I don't see it progressing. You know? I don't see it progressing at all. So we'll see what happens. But I could do that, right? I could dispatch people. The brokerage, I've already sold that. I've got zero interest in fucking being a broker. And people are saying, oh, well, we need broker transparency. We need to... Listen, if you can't beat them, join them. If you think there's so much money in brokering loads, then be a broker. Hell, being a broker is cheaper than being a truck driver. You realize this, yes? It's a hell of a lot cheaper to be a broker than it is to be a carrier. A carrier, you have carrier insurance, you got truck, you got to buy a truck, you got to buy a trailer, you got to pay for the DAP board, you got to do all that shit. Being a broker, you just get broker authority. You get a $1,400, $1,200 bond for a year, and you're good. You're good. Now you pay for your TMS and all this shit that creates the rate cons. You build up your customer list. There you go. You be a broker. If brokers are making too easy of money, then be a broker. Why fight it? Be a broker. If it was that easy to find customers, your ass wouldn't need a broker. You wouldn't need a broker if it was so easy to come by customers. So being a broker isn't that easy because you have to get the customers. So, you know, they have their value. But there's other shit I could do. There's other shit. You could literally start a YouTube channel, I think. And this is what I think Coach should be doing. Fuck working for these goddamn companies. If you're going to just recruit, stop working for them and just recruit for them. Like, if I recruit for you, I'm going to do an interview with you. I'm going to get the nuts and bolts of your business. You know, I'm going to sit one-on-one with a recruiter on a video and ask them everything. But see, the problem is that people don't know what to ask a recruiter. Like they're just trying to interview to get the job. They're not trying to get the deets. They're not trying to get the details. But you could do that. Literally, you could do that. Once a year, you could talk to the same goddamn carriers and do interviews over and over again, over every year, because things change, contracts change, pay scale changes, everything fucking changes. You could do that every you could probably do 5 a week. Do one every day. You could make money doing that. But you can't, you have to, it has to be organized. You have to have the right questions. It has to be the right interview. And if that carrier is willing to give you recruitment money, if people refer to that video or use a particular link or something, that they're going to you because of this video. And if they are, then I get compensated. If not, if they don't say anything about the video, then I don't get compensated. But you could do that with every fucking company that's out here. There's the recruitment right there. That's it. And these guys are paying $1,000 right? $1,000 for a referral. Easy. Easy. And all you gotta do is ask questions. You decide whether or not you want to work there or not. But you're asking the right questions. The problem is you got somebody who doesn't know how to do an interview and or doesn't know how to do an interview for a job. They're not even asking the right questions. They don't know until they get there that of what shit is. Like, how much are you paying for insurance? They don't know. Well, when do you get raises? Well, I don't remember. You don't know when you're going to get a raise. You don't know when your next vacation is. You don't know what top out pay is, top out vacation time is. You don't know any of that. Do you know paid holidays? Do you know any of this? No. There's a lot of people that work for a company and they have no idea what it is. They don't know what their match is, if it's a voluntary match or will they match what I put in up to a percentage, or are they going to automatically give me that percentage? They don't know. Are you 100% invested out the gate, or do you got to wait 3 years to be 100% invested? I don't know. Nobody knows nothing. So if you can't interview for a job, then how the fuck are you? No wonder why people bounce, because they're finding things out as they go, which that shit should have been resolved at orientation, or when you're even talking to a recruiter, that shit should be resolved. But all they're trying to do is interview of trying to get the job. Oh, I hope my driving record's good, my safety's good, all this is good, I hope they hire me. But you have no idea, other than the cent per mile you're getting, you don't know anything else. You have no idea of anything else. So you can look at a 62 cent a mile job, and then you got a guy who's paying 58 cent a mile. Well, you're automatically going to assume the 62 cents where you want to be. Well, the 62 cent a mile is still paying $100 a week for insurance, where the 58 center is only paying $50 a week for insurance. Same insurance. But you wouldn't know that because you don't fucking ask. You're just strictly going on cent per mile. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So you could do, and that's just a blown out thing, but you could just do interviews with other carriers. Talk to recruiters and just do an interview with a recruiter and put that on YouTube. Do one every day. Golden. And then get the kickback for the referral and have them all listed. If people wondering about Hirschbach, it's in the title. They'll go through that. I mean, you want to get far into it, you go to the truck stop, find a Hirschbach driver, and interview a Hirschbach driver, and add that to the fucking video. The playlist for Hirschbach, playlist for GP Transco, Night Transportation, whoever. It wouldn't be that difficult. But you could do that. A lot of shit. Or, I just sell my ass on the corner. I still wouldn't mind selling cars, to be quite honest with you. Wouldn't mind selling cars. I think that'd be more fun. Sell the old lemons. Sell the lemons to the old ladies out there. I think that'd be fun. Just open up my own buy here, pay here with a bunch of lemons. What are you doing, Sin? Fuck. Only 11 o'clock. See, days like this just drag. I got nothing to fucking do. Well, I need to go look at the fucking trailer, but I'm already in the bruise, so. Can't do that today. I'll do that in the morning tomorrow. What day's today? Fuck, is it Thursday? I think it's or is it Wednesday? What day is today? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? I mean, I don't know if my phone will tell me. Wednesday. Oh, it's only oh God, it's only Wednesday. Oh fuck. That means Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We are gonna roll out on Monday. That's 5 more fucking days. I'm not down with that. I'm not down with that. If I had Illinois Interstate, I could do a couple small bumps. But I might be able to find an Iowa to Illinois, maybe. I don't know. Need to do something. I can't sit here for 5 days. Damn, I'm already caught up on Netflix and everything. Nothing to fucking do now. Did I grab another beer? Am I that fucked up already? Oh, here it is. Jesus Christ. The old ultralights, man, they pack a punch. They got me all fucked up this morning. Good Lord. Mercy. Hell, you guys are about fucking worthless. Got 60 of you in here doing fucking nothing. I've been here for 2 hours, so I suppose you guys got nothing to fucking talk about. I got nothing to talk about. We can just call it a fucking day. I can't think of anything else to talk about. I do have a generator because I was going to take. Well, I talked about this before. I was going to take my the old Ford I got running now. She's running like a fucking top also. Make that like a service truck for myself. So I can change my own tires and do whatever the fuck I need, change the oil and all that stuff. So I got my toolbox and shit in there. And I got the air compressor and the generator. And I was looking for one of those gas generators, or the gas air compressors. Those fuckers. A little high dollar. I need to bring my compressor, because it could be hooked up. The electric motor could be hooked up to 220 or 240, whatever it is. It's currently set up for 110, but it pulls hard. So it kind of bogs down the generator where it wants to trip. So if I can get that compressor to 220 or 40, whatever it is, it won't pull so hard to start. Because I've got to have that APU or that generator, I've got to have that idle pretty fucking high for it to overcome that initial electric motor startup. So it's just screaming, So I think if I can get that wired to a 220, 240 plug, whatever it is, then it'll be easier on the generator to start. And I know you can get the condenser they got in for now, like RVs, where it's like a slow start plug-in, but that's like $200 or $300. And it's like I could get it rewired for probably $100. I mean, including the plug and everything. So I don't, having that just didn't make any sense when I can get it wired to 220 or 40, whatever it is. So I want to do that. I wanted to do that. So, but like I said, I've got that generator. It's not an inverter generator, so it's a little louder. You know, it's like a lawnmower fucking engine. I could strap that back to the truck and I've got an air conditioner that it's getting cool enough now that Randall isn't using it. I could take that fucker and put it in the in the truck. But again, now you got heat, right? Now you got heat you got to worry about. I think I'm just going to say fuck all that noise and I'm just going to idle. I think I'm just going to fucking idle. I'll keep using the fuel ox and just deal with it. Worst case, you delete the son of a bitch and be done with it, you know? But they're saying now with that EGR, you can't delete the EGR because the EGR is cooling that exhaust. But then see, this is where it kind of fucks up. But if you're not reverting that exhaust back into the engine, then you don't need the EGR cooler. So, I mean, Hack Nation, he wants to use that EGR cooler. So he does a delete. He doesn't get rid of that EGR cooler. But then if you're not, but he's still putting in exhaust into it. Isn't that the problem? He's the exhaust going in for a second burn. Isn't that the problem of after treatment and shit like that? Or is he still putting all the soot to it? You just no longer have the filter that gets dirty. I think that might be his delete. Is that he just deletes the filter, and he still uses the exhaust. Still goes in. I don't know. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. But I'm not having any problems with the after treatment other than that one time it derated me for the pressure sensor and they just brushed it off. They just cleaned it with brake cleaner. Threw the fucker back in there, ran a regen, and it's been fine ever since. I am curious though. I was considering taking that pressure sensor because it's just 2 bolts in the plug-in, taking that off and just take a look at it and see what it looks like today. Because I've been using the fuel ox and just see how that sensor looks. If that sensor's all caked up with soot again, then I'd say fuel ox isn't doing anything. It's not doing anything. But if that fucker looks clean or cleaner than it did when we initially cleaned it, then I'd say fuel ox is doing something, right? Fuel ox is doing something. How many of you guys are using the fuel ox? Any of yous? Any of yous? I love it. Well, I love it because I'm using it. I've seen a little def savings, and fuel savings. I'm doing that also. But anybody using the fuel ox other than me? Are you putting automatic transmission fluid in your fuel? You putting 2-stroke engine oil in your fuel? You doing any of that shit? No? No? You guys are mute motherfuckers, which makes me bored. You guys are probably all driving, which is fine, so I don't expect a whole lot of fucking chat, but maybe a little bit. Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm not even on. Maybe I'm not even live anymore. I might not be live. Might be broken. I don't know. All right. Well, it's been enough fun. It's been 2 hours. For a little while, you guys have been tits. But, oh. Are you commenting? Because I'm not seeing no comments. I'm not seeing All messages are visible. Oh. Oh, now I'm getting it. Oh, because before it was just sitting there. I wasn't getting anything. All right, now I see you fuckers. James, you used to brag about staying home and making money. Well, Charlie, you have to remember, I've had contractors, so I was making money. Wasn't keeping any of it. You know what I'm saying? DJ Bone, what's up, brother? If Knight would hire me, I'd be there tomorrow. DJ, I think Knight's a solid company. Sorry, I'm going to shoot up some of these. Getting exercise on the road. Here, see, this is the last one. Charlie is one. Don't cut up truck. Fix it. Do you drink beer in the cab off duty? Never in the cab. Never in the cab, Charlie. Jag, what's up, baby? How much a bottle? I'm paying $55. Just filed bankruptcy. Fuck everybody. Fuck narc, that gay ass failed mechanic. God damn, shop fees. Jesus Christ. Take your meds. Go lease a truck at Hirschbach. Sky's the limit. Like I said, I'm not leasing. I even told, I talk to Coach, not every day, but I talk to Coach quite a bit. I'm telling you, I wouldn't do a fucking lease. I'm just not interested in a fucking lease. Go tonight, SoCal. That's what I'm talking about. You could be a pastor, Father Beth. I could be a pastor. When I was younger, I always wanted to be a pastor. But then I didn't. It wouldn't work out for Coach. He says too much ums, and stuff like that. Recruiters would hang up on his ass. OTR, goddamn. You losing weight or the beer just... No, it's the beer, T-Bone. It ain't me. As much as I think I'm losing weight because I feel good and, blah, blah, bullshit, and I feel like I am. But then I step on the scale and the motherfucker says, "No, you ain't lost a fucking thing." So I think it's the beard. It's the beard. Yeah. The booked to Vegas last night for November 28th to December 2nd. Well, if it wasn't for the chain laws, yeah. If it wasn't for the chain laws, I'd be there. Do you miss the basement days? Charlie, I do. But I was also bored to fucking death, Charlie. And when I'm bored, I drink. I'll be quite honest with you. And I miss them and I don't miss them. I miss them and I don't miss them. Because, man, back in the day, when I was going live for, 16 hours at a time, that wasn't good for me. I mean, it was just not. It was never a good experience. It was fun and entertaining to a degree, but it wasn't good for me. Will you ever shave, Atlanta? I don't know. I mean, I shave my cheeks. I shave my neck. If I have a neck anymore. All additives are a scam. Wizard, I don't know so much about that. See, in Lucas, the Lucas is, I'm hearing negative effects on Lucas in these newer engines, but, I don't know. Smoke, what's up, brother? Moet, shitbags in the house, retarded cunt. Good, yes. Put your fucking glasses on. Reverse mullet, gay. Fucking on the road is great. Manny, that's what I'm talking about. That's about all the exercise I get. I use a 2-stroke engine oil. Stroke your rod. There you go. Fucking on the road is great. Just ask Tim and Jason. Oh, goddamn. Bobby, what's up? The scale's broken. You feel good, but you look rough. You may feel good. Well, I may look rough, uh, but listen, I'm not out here for the masses. I'm here for just the lady. You know, I'm just here for the ladies. Most gay men, like yourself, Atlanta, they don't like hairy men. They like the teens. Where I, on the other hand, I'm mature, so gay men generally don't find me attractive because they don't like a man with a beard. They want the teens. Just like pre-puberty is, as I think, is what your fantasies are, ain't they, Atlanta? Where you like them, you like, well, like the lady boys is what really gets you because it looks like a chick, but it's got a penis. So it's like a win-win for you, Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Which I get it. You know, nothing like a surprised penis just to make everything all exciting. G Dub, what it is? No, I wasn't behind. I just the phone rang a couple times, and I think I lost the messages. You know, beard or butthole isn't the same amount of hair. Oh, oh, is the same amount of hair? GW, you nasty. Like your women, how you like your beard. Chase, I do. I like some hair down there. I do. It's a flavor saver, just like the beard. I do like. It needs to be manageable. It can't just be Amazon. Like inside of her thighs. There has to be some hygiene. But has Narc always been gay? You never know. I'm on good terms with Narc. I just prefer to leave it that way. Uh, Narc leaves me alone. I leave him alone, and that's perfectly fine. So we don't need to be riding Narc's ass and waking him up over there. He's fine right where he is. Haven't had my coffee today. I'm dragging. Well, I had my coffee, and now we're on the ultras because I'm fucking bored, and I boring drink. If I ain't got nothing to do, I drink beer because I'm fucking bored. I'm fucking bored. Old lady went with her girlfriend doing her coffee day, and I think they were going to go to Erie. They've got like a secondhand store, but they're only open on Wednesdays. Um, but they got like furniture and a little bit of clothes, some housewares, shit like that. And with it only being open on Wednesdays, it feels like there's an urgency to go there because it's only open one day. You got to hit it, you know. But I think she's done that, and then coffee, and I think maybe they'll go to Goodwill or something because she wants to get truck clothes where, like, when we come home, she has to pack up all her clothes out of the truck, and then where me, I just bring my socks and underwear home. I've got t-shirts coming out of my fucking ass, so I leave all my t-shirts there. She pulls everything out, so I think she's looking to get some truck clothes. Come on with it. What it is Randall behaving for the most part? Yeah, that back room. He pleasant surprise. He kicked his ass. He busted his ass. That back room where the Taco Bell sign was. There's another room behind that. So he just moved the Taco Bell sign from this wall, which is the opening to that back room, and he flipped it this side. And then he carpeted it, which was already carpet, but he put his own little rug down. He painted the walls, painted the ceiling, uh, got a bed frame and everything. Um, so yeah, he's got that back room all done up nice. All done up nice. So now he's got his own little bedroom and everything now, which we wanted to do that anyway, but I don't think neither one of us was really certain how long Randall was going to be here. So it's like, I got a lot of shit back there. I don't want to, fuck with all that. And then he just, moves out, you know, because it's just like overflow storage and shit. But, he got containers, tubs, and all that shit. And then he moved some stuff out to the garage. He's organized some shit and, turned it into his bedroom. It was like, that's awesome. So, um, he enjoys being here. We enjoy having him. So, he's welcome as long as he wants to be here, really. He's welcome to be here. Because, he takes care of the lawn and all that shit, and while we're gone, and he'll take care of shoveling and all that shit as well. We're firing up the snow blower, and so yeah, he's welcome here as long as he wants to be here. The old lady riding in the truck with you? Oh, absolutely, Chase. Yep, yep, yeah. She's been with me since I got the truck back from a Sean. She's been with me. Because I won't do it. I'm not looking to be out, 3, 4 weeks at a time. We had to come home at least once a month to get her meds. Sometimes we'll just drive by the house because we get a load that goes past the house, and we'll go grab the meds, or Randall will drop the meds off or whatever. And then, we just, go through town. But now she's got a 3 month script, so she fills it up every 3 months now. Most of her doctor's appointments are online, except she's got a doctor's appointment she has to do every 3 months for her kidney stones. She's still making kidney stones like a factory. They're trying to figure out why she keeps making kidney stones. But so they're doing a piss drop, like a 24-hour piss thing where she pisses for 24 hours into this container, and then they analyze the urine to find out why she's making kidney stones. Do the Hirschback Dan? No. Are you taking in other guests? Oh yeah. Well, Atlanta, I take in GW. We ain't got no room for him, but I'd love to help old G Dub out. Yeah, get him out of Alaska and have him move down here just to help a brother out. Get him on his feet and shit. And I think this, granted, it's fucking Illinois, and Illinois fucking sucks. We got Pritzker's a fucking douche. And of course, we got the fucking slum of Chicago, fucking everything up. But I think Chicago's finally coming around. So I think Chicago's going to be turning red. I think they're going to be turning red soon. They're sick of that goddamn mayor. And I'm sick of the motherfucker, and he ain't even my mayor. So I think he's about fucking done. I think Pritzker is on his way out. But there's no Republican that I've heard of yet trying to oppose him. I mean, he might end up being unopposed, and that's where I'll just throw my hat in the ring and say, hey, vote for me, and just not to have Pritzker, right? Don't matter what I'm gonna do, you know. I don't need a game plan. It's just any my plan would be better than any of Pritzker plans. Okay, my plan would be a little more aggressive to the welfare, the Section 8, and listen, we tried the Section 8 housing. Okay, it doesn't work. We tried the projects, hence project. It doesn't work. We tried the food stamp thing, doesn't work. We tried the welfare, it doesn't work. So let's quit. Let's quit kicking around this fucking can. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Section 8 housing was temporary housing, so you weren't homeless. It's not meant to be your life for the rest of your fucking days. Now, unless you're an old lady with fixed income, then that's for you. If you are in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, projects are not for you. If you do take food stamps or government housing, then you will have your tubes tied. You are property of the fucking state, and we're going to tie your fucking tubes. Period. You can untie your tubes on your own dime when you get your fat ass out of that fucking shanty and get a goddamn job. And if you want to produce more babies, then you can untie your own tubes. But until then, property of the state, you're not recreating more humans that you cannot take care of. Period. Not happening. Period. Or we'll sew your pussy shut. And then you won't get no dick either. Or you can get the dick and just not produce babies. You know? Period. But you're property of the fucking state, we're going to treat you like fucking property of the state. And my property does not have babies. Okay? My property don't have babies. Unless we're going to put them up for adoption, you know? There's other people out here that can't have babies. That'd be more than happy to have your crack baby, you know? Why would you reject free police, National Guard? Because he likes chaos. He likes the chaos. Period. Definitely turning red. Absolutely, Moet. Thought GW had a place in Texas. No, not anymore. Some citrus drinks like lemonade and orange juice can be beneficial. Yeah, she's doing a lot of... The doctor told her to do Crystal Light lemonade. That'll help. Dietary recommendations are often tailored to the specific type of stone you form. You should get a metabolic test to determine the type of stone you have. Yeah, come on with it. She's doing her piss test, you know, where she collects her urine for 24 hours, and then they'll figure it out. But right now, she's not supposed to have any peanuts, peanut butter. There's no red meat, you know, because she's kind of fucking that up because she's having hamburger. But it's so little amount, I can't imagine that being the problem. But yeah, they got to figure out what the stone's made of where she can get a diet to kind of help with that. What's wrong with GW? Nothing wrong with GW. But if you can, you know, if you can help, you want to help, you know. But I should be governor of Illinois. We'll fix this shit straight. And then, let's say all this goddamn money you're saving on all this other shit, then you can open up mental housing, right? You can get the mentally fucked some help, you know, even if it's just, you know, a couple heavy doses of lithium, you know. Keep them drugged up. First round of heavy-laced fentanyl syringes will be given out immediately, day I take office. That way all the fucking junkies out here shooting up crack and whatnot, you know, they're dispatched, you know. Is the stretch catching up to me? No, Charlie, I don't have any stress. I have the heavy symptom of no fucks given. I don't fucking care anymore. That's where I'm at, Charlie. I don't fucking care. If the truck runs, I'll run it. If the truck doesn't run, then I'll go company. If I make money, great. If I lose money and I don't have enough money for a breakdown, I just go bankrupt and go company. I'm at the point of I just don't give a fuck. It's not in my hands. It's in God's hands. If I can't believe that, and I've mentioned this before, I'm not going to go through it, but I can't be in the position that I'm in without divine intervention or whatever. And if it's the way it is, then it is what it is. It's just there's no more there's no more per se fight in me for like long-term battles. I'm in the fight that I'm in. I'm trying to keep the truck. I'm trying to fucking make money, trying to keep the truck on the road and keep the business together. If that's not in the cards, it's not in the cards. It's just not. And if I get a situation right now, if the injectors go out, I'm done. I ain't got 9 grand to put in injectors. Nor do I want 9 grand per se. I'm not getting a loan. I'm not doing anything. It is what it is. I'm out. Then I'll file bankrupt. I'll go to fucking night, and then we're done. And we'll settle in there just fine. We'll settle in there just fine. It'll actually be a relief. Right now, you know, it's a battle every fucking day. So I've just gotten to the point that I don't give a fuck one way or the other. Trucking's trucking, whether it's my truck or if it's Knight's truck, it doesn't matter whose truck, The Dems changed to the idiots. I agree. Yeah, no fucks given, Manny. I don't fucking care. Time to start a funeral home if you're a governor. That's what I would also do. Not that, crackheads get funerals. They just usually get thrown into a pile and burned, Why don't you lease on to SoCal? Oh, I've got my reasons why I don't lease on to SoCal. That's just me. Don't give up the fight, brother. Ringo, we're in the fight. I mean, giving up is like I got a truck that runs, but I don't do it anymore. That's giving up the fight. I give up the fight when I no longer have the money to fix the truck. Like, if I don't have it, I ain't got it. It's not like I'm living like a life of luxury here. So if I ain't got the money to fucking put injectors in or whatever, then I don't. So I don't. It is what it is. But if I've got a running truck, I'm running the truck. No doubt about it. Or back to brokering. It's easy, right? Yeah, it is not easy, CDN. It's not. I mean, if people think that the brokers are taking too much, then be a broker. Be a broker. And if you have the ability to be a broker and get your own customers, then why don't you have your own customers now? Brokers are necessary. They're necessary. You have the salesman end, and you got the laborer. Truck drivers are laborers. Brokers are the salesmen. Period. And the reason why you can't get good rates because you can't sell yourself. You can't sell yourself. You can't sell your product. You can't sell your service, and that's why you get the rate that you get. And that's where people want, I just want $2 flat mile everywhere I go. If you did that, then everyone would do that. And you think that we're oversaturated now with trucks? Wait till we're giving it away. Wait till you don't even need to negotiate. Wait till you don't even need to negotiate a fucking load. Then guess what? Now the broker can say whether or not they're going to give you that fucking load or not, because they ain't got no control. Like, they'll give it to your sloppy ass because you're taking it for a cheap rate. But if they got to pay the same rate across the board, they could be very particular of who they're going to give that load to. And your sloppy ass may not be one of them. And you'll be run out of business because even though it's $2 a mile, every fucking mile, that broker don't want to work with you because of your safety score or whatever. Because the phone's going to be light up. The phone's going to be lit up. And then it's going to be hard pickings for somebody to get a load. So just because it is a flat rate doesn't mean that you're going to be running every day. So there's going to be some people that are going to be particular who the hell they're giving it to. Like, they're not, if you don't speak English, well, they ain't doing business with you. Because the only reason why they're doing business with a non-speaking English person is because they're doing it for free. Right? That's the only reason why they're doing it. Because why would they? Shippers hate them. Receivers hate them. It's nothing but a goddamn problem. But why do they do it? Because they'll do it for cheap. They'll do it for cheap. And that's the only reason why they tolerate having to explain everything to them at the shipper and the receiver. I mean, if I was a broker, I wouldn't have any non-English speaking drivers. I don't need my customers to have to deal with that shit. I don't want my customers, my shippers, my receivers to have to deal with a non-speaking English motherfucker. Why? Because they got it for $50 less? No, I don't want them to fucking deal with them at all. They don't need the frustration. But they still do. They still do. How much per mile do you usually get? Um, Atlanta, I'm going to say my average, all in miles, right, with deadhead and everything. I'm in between $1.50 and $1.75. I would say with all in miles, all in rate is about $1.50 to $1.75. So I've been doing $5,000 or better a week, which I'm not breaking out records here. I'm doing about 3,000 miles, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, but I can get into the mid fives to lower fives, and maybe I'll just hit five, or like if we go home or something, I'm gonna maybe use one this week had $600 more, that week had $400 more, this whatever. I'm going to say average across the board when I go home or not go home is $5,000 a week, is what averages out. So I'm right at that $1.50, $1.75, all miles, deadhead miles or otherwise. Which, is it great? No. Can I survive off of that? Yes. Can we get a rebuild with that? Yes. As long as we get those miles and we're out and we're not sitting here. This was just a funky circumstance. We would have left last week as soon as like the trailer, because we deadheaded home from Indianapolis, or not Indianapolis, Plymouth, Indiana, wherever the fuck that is. Just deadheaded home, said fuck this, can't fix trailer, can't do shit. I want to get an oil change done anyway. I'll have my shop look at the fucking trailer. Otherwise, my other trailer is sitting at the shop. So I'll just swap trailers. Not a big deal. But the wife has a doctor's appointment Friday, and she's got to do this piss thing. So we're kind of getting an extended stay. We're getting an extended stay at home. But when we leave, which would probably more than likely, unless her appointment goes by quick, we can grab a load Friday. We'll probably be leaving Monday, is my guess. And then we'll stay out till Thanksgiving. We'll be home for Thanksgiving, but we're going to stay out until then. SoCal will front you the money for breakdowns. You need that support right now. I don't believe that's the case, Charlie. How you doing, James? Did you get laid last night? Charles Spray? Not last night, the night before, though. Charlie's making a business decisions for SoCal. Yeah, I won't get in a cab if they don't speak English. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Atlanta. You building up your maintenance account? We're trying to, Manny. We're trying to. It's not a maintenance account. It's the whole kit and caboodle. I pay my home bills, and then obviously the insurance, anything goes with the truck. That's all we're transferring out is home bills and groceries and things of that nature. Everything else stays in the business account, which, the first of the month is usually hard because I've got insurance comes out, the truck payment comes out, this other shit comes out the first of the month. So it's just a lot of fucking money the first of the month that could, potentially wipe us the fuck out. We're doing all right. Last month was really tough because I needed the 2 months insurance and all this other shit. So this next month will be easy. We should be, and then we should be somewhat in the clear as long as we can keep running, as long as we can keep those miles, and if we can get decent rates, Sounds like you're on a hamster wheel. Well, it feels like a hamster wheel, Charlie. We're not really doing anything. We're running to survive, and that's it. And hopefully running enough for maintenance and breakdowns. Running enough to potentially get a rebuild on the 386. The 680 is going to be put on a side burner because by the time I do have 30 grand to put down on that truck for a rebuild, is it going to be worth it, or is it just better for me to buy another one? I don't know. What do you think about these big brokers using AI, getting rid of a lot of people? Circle Logistics is one of them, all AI. Double down. PSL is all bullshit. AI. RXO is all AI. Circle Logistics probably all AI. I hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it. This AI shit. I hope it's short lived. It is impossible because I just renewed my insurance, right? So they want a fucking the updated insurance, right? Well, guess what? AI ain't gonna let you do it. AI says, "Oh, we can't do this. Email PLS transport at fucking whatever.com." Well, you email, and guess what? You don't get shit back. You don't get nothing back. You try to talk to a human, it won't let you. Nothing. PLS is one that I just had a huge issue with. RXO, difficult. I mean, you just can't get past the AI. It just refers you to their fucking website. It's insanity. It's insanity. And that's another thing I'm not gonna fucking miss. Let's just say the fucking this whole industry, or my trucking career, at least owner operator, just goes kaput. Listen, if I ain't never got to talk to an AI motherfucker again, that'll be the best day of my fucking life. I'm over it. And more are turning to this AI shit. And I just can't. Oh. And now they're putting in the uhs. They're putting in the uhs like they're trying to sound human. Get the fuck out of here. Like, not bad enough that you're wasting my fucking time with this AI shit. Not only you waste my, now you want to waste my fucking time, and I've got to hear an idiot AI trying to sound human with the uhs. The uhs. No. You're AI. I know you're AI. You're not fucking fooling anybody. We've been listening to goddamn computers forever on the goddamn phone with pressing 1 and 2 and all this bullshit. Now we can't even conduct business with an actual human. We got to deal with a goddamn computer. No. I hope it's short-lived. Or I hope they fucking lose all their goddamn customers because nobody can book a fucking load with them. Nobody can book a load with these fucking idiots. Well, hopefully the fourth quarter it gets better, but right now it ain't it. Yeah, fuck the rebuild, Charlie. I mean, I love the 680 and all, but mentally, can I justify 30K? Because, like, the rear ends haven't been done. There's a lot of shit that ain't been done on that truck. And I could buy a truck for, like like International's got the 680, 2021, or Cascadia, 2021 Cascadia, 400 and some thousand miles on it, less than 5, like 450,000, for 45 grand. I mean, how can you justify a rebuild? Now, granted, I've got a lot of shit done to that 680, but I ain't got all of it. All of it hasn't been done. What about rebuilding the 680 and then run the 680, pay for the rebuild on 386? Problem is, Sergeant Ringo, that 680 isn't on my insurance, and if I add that 680 onto my insurance, I can keep that 680 off my insurance because it's not in Best Motor Carrier's name. Okay? The 386 is in Best Motor Carrier's name. The 680 is in Best Trucking's name. So I can take that 680 off of insurance. If I rebuild the 680, and in order for me to run the 680, I need to insure the 680. And to insure the 680 will double my insurance, and I can't afford doubling the insurance and let the 386 sit there and do nothing. I can't do it. So I've got to run the 386. The only way I can start running the 680 is if I have someone take over the 386. That's the only way I can do it. That truck has to create its own insurance payments. And sitting there isn't. And I can't take the 386 off of insurance because it is in Best Motor Carrier's name. You know? In Dust and AI, it's not going anywhere. It might not be, but then this is not the industry I want to be in. If I'm going to talk to a computer every time I want to book a load, I'm out. I'm out. And why do that? Why not just have your own, like Ryan Transport, have your own website? Well, because the reality is everyone's not going to get into everyone's goddamn website to book a fucking load. They're not going to do it. But you can. They have, Datboard has the book it now type of shit where you can put in a quote. But again, without talking to a broker, all you're doing is asking for more money, but not giving them a reason for them to pay you that money. You have to be able to talk to a broker or an agent. You have to. Because that's the only way, I mean, otherwise it's just a dollar. Like, okay, I've got a load for $3,000 and I'm trying to sell for $2,500. And then I have AI run in the business and I set the parameters like, okay, I'm going to try to sell it for $2,500. I'll take 26. I'll sell it for 26. But you have AI doing that. But if I can't talk to you, and I might need 2750, but you got the 2750. You can give me 2750, but you can't give me 2750 if I just put in 2750. You're going to say no because the parameter says 26, and I can't talk an AI person into why I'm worth 2750. You can't do it. Negotiations are over. Now it's just throwing fucking numbers on a wall and hoping somebody will accept it. You're not negotiating nothing. You can't give them a reason why you're worth the money. And if you can't give them a reason why you're worth it, then you're always going to be running chump change. You will always run junk because that's all they allow you to do it. And guess what? The broker will sit on that 26 all day long, and then maybe he'll raise it just to get it covered. He might raise it just to get it covered, but that's it. So the AI changes it from 26 to 2750. And then somebody will take it for 2750. But it's absolutely, it makes no fucking sense to have AI. If I had a brokerage, I wouldn't fucking put in AI. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't help us. Every industry from brokering, warehouse robots, construction robots, painting lines, all going AI, the robots. Look at the oil industry, increased production with less crew per rig. Feel bad for youth. UK started marking the beast. Yeah, this is AI. That's what they do. But they don't even tell you AI. You have to just know that it is. Like, oh, this is Sarah. This is Sarah. It's like, what the fuck? I don't think it will, Charlie. I just don't think where it can. You know, yeah, they call them for check calls. You doing well without those contractors? I do better without the contractors. To survive in any industry, you need to the AI programs or very niche field or work that AI robots could do from business owners. Robots don't complain or show every day. I agree. Did you bump any ideas with SoCal about the rebuild? Nope. Fuck the 680. Sell it as a mechanic special. Buy the Cascadia. I'm not in a condition to be buying anything. I may quit trucking and become a famous movie star. Atlanta, I'll tell you. I'm in 21 Cascadia, 100K miles in 8 months. No major issues. There you go. Datbot Conway technology. Expect big changes in the next 6 to 9 months. Got my 680 and both my fucking mechanics recommend Cascadias with Detroit. That X15 ain't it. That X15's garbage. IXX is good. Where the world is moving, I don't know. Might be the time to seek out smaller brokerages with real people. We've got two 10-year-old Cascadias, both over 1 million miles. No rebuilds as of yet. DD15 is a good engine as long as it's taken care of. Well, the DD15, the better engine's actually the DD13. So the DD13 is actually a better engine. So if you get your hands on one of them, that's where I want to be, is the DD13, not the 15. 13 gets better fuel economy. It's built better, cheaper rebuilds, less issues. DD13's where it's at. Kodiak self-driving truck just went public on the stock market. Charlie, I don't think the self-driving truck is going to make it. I mean, we can't even get self-driving cars that aren't driving over cones and getting completely fucking lost. I just don't see that the motoring public is going to want semi-tractors doing that shit. Now granted, it's not their choice, right? They've got no say in the trucking industry, who's driving it, who's not driving it. I just think that the government is spending money for this technology and for more or less military use. Okay, I do not think it's out there for public consumption. They're selling it as public consumption, but I believe it's for military use only. I don't believe wholeheartedly in myself that no carrier will be buying these automated trucks. It's just too much of a liability if and when there's an accident. It will kill a company, period, the end. Secondly, I just don't see the feasibility. I don't see it. I don't see it being worth a fuck. But military-wise, yeah, absolutely. Military-wise. But I don't see it happening. I don't remember that song, Atlanta. Not getting better fuel economy with an underpowered truck because that engine works harder. It's more efficient engine, Ringo. It doesn't mean you... Listen, all Walmart trucks are 400 horse, okay? They're all 400 horse. Why? Fuel economy. So you can't tell me that pumping it up to 450 you're going to get better fuel economy. Because if you could get better fuel economy, Walmart would already be at 450 horse. You feel me? Watch Hack Nation on Instagram and stuff. He'll tell you that the DD13 is a better engine over the 15. I just go by him. I don't go by me. I don't own or have never owned either. I just get my information off other people, I regurgitate other people's shit. But I have no idea. If 15 is better than 13. I just go by Hack Nation. But also Hack Nation says that you don't get rid of the EGR cooler. Well, if you're not getting rid of the EGR cooler, then you're still dumping hot air, your exhaust, into the truck. That's the whole point of deleting it. But, who is fueling or charging the driverless trucks? Who is swinging the trailer doors? Well, shippers and receivers will do that. Or they'll have a fucking robot do it. They'll figure it out. Now they're talking about having fuel attendants again, so you can't even pump your own fuel. They're talking about having fuel attendants. So it could be. DD13 is good. Also, C12, if you can find one. My DD13 let go at just over $1 million, so put new crate motor in, done 500K on this one. So hopefully another 500K when I'm done. There you go. Yeah, DD13 is the way to go. Just an opinion. I'm not a mechanic. I'm just going by what other mechanics say. You feel me, babies? You feel me? My little shit bags. I think the DD13. No, am I a guest? A DD15? Well, if the fucking truck's got a 15, then I guess I get a 15. Right? I don't give a shit. But that X15, if I'm looking at another fucking truck and it's got an X15 in it, I'm walking the fuck away. I don't want anything to do with an X15. Nothing. I don't want nothing to do with an X15. They're garbage. And Cummins fucking knows it. Cummins knows it. Back in the 70s, they had the fuel squeezers. Yeah, they did. Self-driving trucks are here, and the technology will get better. I believe it will, Charlie. But again, I think that technology is more for military use. I think it's more for military use. And what's the best way of testing in the military use? Our city streets, right? Because where are they going to go? They're going to go into cities overseas. They got to be able to test it, and they can't test it driving around France. So what they use our roads. Where are they testing them? Down in fucking Texas, where they have miles of nothingness. Miles of nothingness. X15 and PACCAR engines, trash. PACCAR engine will get a million miles, but that's it. If they can get to 1 million, but PACCAR should expect 1 million miles. X15, 500,000 best case. 500,000 miles on an X15. And that's even after rebuild is 500,000 miles at best. X15 is trash. Yep. Yeah. AI brokerage firm, that's it. No driverless trucks in the next 20 years. I don't think so either. Screw it. Get a load to Las Vegas. Put all your money on the spin, one roll. If you win, rebuild. If you lose, hitchhiking home. Well, if I put that's only pays 50, like 1 to 1. I don't even have enough for a rebuild or half of a rebuild right now. So, I feel fortunate enough, CDN, that I have fuel money come Monday. Seriously. I'll be fortunate that I have fuel money. That's my biggest concern is fuel money. Nothing else matters. It's only fuel money. That's where I'm at. Broke. You see X15s all day with rebuilds, 400K. Exactly. X15s are trash. ISX is good. The only problem they had the ISX was initially they had some porcelain ball or something in the fuel pump, which then let loose and then, fucked up the engine. But that's all been resolved. You should have rebuilt when you had the money. You're right, Manny, because I did have the money, and you're absolutely right. Again, everything that happened is 100% my fault. I should not have waited to get back in the truck. I should have just got back in the truck. I left a golden opportunity to get back in the truck, and I let it sit there. I blew through all my fucking money till all I had left was fuel money, and then went up there and got my truck back with only fuel money in my hand. I mean, you're absolutely fucking right. I should have, but I didn't. So here we are, hoping for fuel money again. Such is life. God giveth, God taketh away. But at this point, I just don't give a fuck. I don't have enough fucks in me. It is what it is. And to get stressed out about it and all of that shit don't pay. Stress don't pay the fucking bills either. So just let her eat. Never be hard on yourself. Hindsight's 20/20. You always have good intentions, and that's what counts. Well, what do they say? The the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know, it's shit. Credit cards are horrible, right? No, Charlie, that's not true. That's not true. Um, Credit cards are not horrible. Credit cards, if I had credit cards, right, then it would be okay to, I wouldn't be sweating it. I wouldn't be sweating a rebuild. I wouldn't be sweating injectors. I wouldn't be sweating anything. The problem is, Charlie, is when the credit card companies decide that uh, you're not using enough of the credit or whatever, and just like they did before COVID, they cut all of your balances down to fucking nothing. You know, they cut you down to, like, say if I got a $28,000 credit card and I got 5 grand on it, they send me a fucking letter and saying your new credit line is $5,000. Well, what are you going to do with that? Nothing, because you owe the 5 grand. So now you don't even have a line of credit. Now you just have a line of debt. And that's what they did. And that's why I'm in the predicament that I'm in. They took all the credit I had and knocked it all down. They knocked it all down to what I owe. And that's my new credit line. What are you going to do with that, Charlie? Nothing. Nothing. You ain't going to do shit with it. So it's not that the cards are horrible. The cards are horrible when they all of a sudden disappear and you don't have that line anymore. That's when they're horrible. But if I still had the line of credit that I had, I would have been fine. But I don't have the line anymore. They're all down to nothing. Even Tractor Supply card, dude, was a $3,000 credit line, and I bought 2 batteries for the Ford, so I owed like $300, and then I went to go get, and that was like, however many months ago that was, 6 months ago. I went to get a couple batteries for the pickup or for the semi, and it kept coming back. It didn't come declined or whatever. It said like call something. So I ended up calling Citibank, and I said, and I have a Tractor Supply statement sitting in the fucking kitchen. I had the old lady. I called her. I said, "Do you see the Tractor Supply letter?" "Yeah." "Can you open that and see what it says?" So she opened it. It says, "Well, your balance is 300 and something, and you have a $3,000 credit line, and no late fees, no late nothing, no penalties." And then I call Citibank, and there. Is that back? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, as soon as you say Citibank. Well, anyway, so it was what do you call it? Tractor Supply. So it went from 3,000 because I tried getting those other batteries, and it was $700 or something. And I called Citibank. Citibank said, "We're looking at it. We don't see any problems with it, but your credit line's $300 now." So, what the fuck is point system about you get from commenting? Do you get points for commenting? I don't know. Just keep commenting there, Ringo. Get your points built up like BW or what is it, Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, so they're just killing all the credit line. That's the problem. Credit cards in general, if they don't do that to you, then they're fine. The problem is when they do you like that, that's where you're fucked. And that's where I'm fucked. So now, to be dependent on credit card, well, then you shouldn't be that way. But that's the problem when you have contractors that are not making enough revenue. And that's what I've learned is that you cannot have you can't be solely dependent on your contractors to take care of fucking your business. That's why, like I said, if I did get the 680 rebuilt, I would never put somebody in that truck. Oh, I'll always have it, just so I can run a load if need be, But that's here nor there. There ain't nothing I could change about the credit card shit. So it is what it is. Now they want to play their game. Now I'm playing my game. And my game is the debt relief. You don't want to fucking give me a line of credit? You want to only give me what my balance is for a line of credit? Well, talk to the fucking lawyer, because now you're not even going to get that. Period. You cut your limit when you held a 40% usage for too long. Charlie, that's not the case at all. That wasn't the case the last time that this happened, and that's not the case this time. You know, it's not, because what's $300 over 30,000 or 3,000? $300 is 10%. So I wasn't holding 40%. You know, so that ain't it. It's when it was just as when Biden was looking at losing or winning or whatever. It's always got to do with the goddamn government or whoever's president. Plain and fucking simple. The same thing fucking happened years ago when Biden was coming into office. You know? That is true, DJ Bolin. That is true. Your score takes a hit, but I don't think they cut your limit. No, they cut the goddamn limit. They cut the fucking limit. So then now your credit score looks like shit because now you're at 100%. Because now they took a $5,000 limit, right? A $5,000 debt with a $28,000 card, and now they're making you a $5,000 credit line, and you're maxed out at 5,000. Now your utilization is damn near 100%, right? Your utilization's at 100%. Your credit score is trash. You have no line of credit, so they can't. You're that's where I don't fucking care anymore. And that's, like I said, bankruptcy or whatever. But we're doing this debt relief. We're paying $2,000 a month to these fucking attorneys, and these attorneys will settle. They'll settle the fucking debt. So all the cards are canceled. All the cards are fucking done, and they'll get a debt settlement of whatever sort. Now, if this doesn't pan out, if this doesn't work, because it's next 5 years, I'm paying $2,000 a month. 5 years. If that doesn't work out, and this trucking gig don't work, and I can't pay that $2,000, well then, there's bankruptcy. Period. The end. So I'm at the point. I don't fucking care. I don't. If credit cards want to play that fucking game, then they can eat crow. They can suck a dick. You can't give me the line of credit and I use it responsibly and then cut it out from under me, you know. City cut my $11,800 card for not using it for over a year. There you go. Go bankrupt. That's what I'm saying, Charlie. I'm going to pay the $2,000 a month because I don't, you know, I'm not ready to go bankrupt. If I go bankrupt, everything's gone, right? Except the house and, you know, car. But everything else is gone. The trucks are gone, the trailers are gone, all that shit's gone. I'm not ready for all that shit to be gone yet. But could I sell a trailer to help with my truck? Could I sell the 680? Could I do that? I could. I'm not gonna. I don't fucking care. So when I go bankrupt, they can take it all. I got titles for all of it. They can have it. They can have it all. But if I file bankruptcy, then I can keep the semi, right? The one I owe money on. I can keep that. But the problem is if that truck breaks down and if I can't fix it, I can't file bankruptcy again. So now I still owe that money. So I'm waiting until I can't run that 386 at all. And then I'm going bankrupt. But that 386 might provide enough income to take care of itself. And if that does happen, then I won't file bankruptcy. But if I because I'm still frugal with my money. We don't blow money like fucking retards. We're not buying anything. We're not doing anything. So the money that I make, majority of it stays in the fucking business. But if that doesn't, if that isn't, if I'm not able to fix the fucking truck or keep it on the road, then I'll just file bankruptcy and be done with it, and then they could take it all, you know. That tanks your credit for 5 years. Plus, why not bankrupt so you're not spending the 2,000 plus and have credit start building after sooner? Because the reality, unfiltered, if I do that, then I lose the 386. I'd lose the 386 if I file bankruptcy right now. I'll lose the 386 unless I reaffirm that loan, and I don't want to reaffirm that loan, and then something happens to the truck and I can't fix it. We think $2,000 is a lot, but $2,000 isn't a lot when you're talking rebuilds and all this other shit. So it's like, oh, well, you're paying. It is what it is. If I file bankruptcy, I can try to keep a truck and trailer. But that means I'm not filing bankruptcy on that truck. And I need to run that truck because my intention is not to go bankrupt. Obviously, if that was my intention, I'd just go bankrupt. My intention is not to go bankrupt. The only way I will go bankrupt is if I don't have the money to fix the 386, when it breaks down. If I don't have the money to fix it, then I'm done. My intention is not to go bankrupt. That is not my intention. So I'm okay with spending $2,000 a month. That's half of what I was paying. That's half of what I was paying if I were to just pay minimums. That's half of what I was paying to pay minimums. Easily. Because I was spending $2,000 a week on credit cards. $2,000 a week. Majority of Americans have their credit cards maxed out. Charlie, I agree. Majority of them do. Majority of them do. And it's just, I mean, to me, it's I mean, they got it maxed out because the credit card plays this goddamn game. They get you to a level they want, and they think, oh, this is too much risk, or hey, the government doesn't look all that great, or the futures of the government's not looking good, and they start cutting out credit card debt. And so they start taking what lines of credit you once had, and they take it away from you, And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And they don't give you much of a heads up. Now, I had one credit card that I didn't use because the interest rate was way too high. But it was like get out of jail free card, right? But they said, if you don't start using this card, we're taking it from you. So I started putting little shit on. I think I put the cell phone bill on it or something. And then that got fucking knocked in the dirt. So it's like, if you're going to knock it, if you're going to just fucking kill the credit line, then why have the credit line at all? But I'm trying not to go bankrupt. But I'm also not trying to spend, $2,000 a week or whatever the fuck it is on credit cards that don't do me any good anymore. Like, they've gotten their interest money. Any money that I bought or any credit that I spent over the years on the truck, they've gotten that money back and then some. So I don't feel guilty at all doing the fucking debt consolidation shit. Or the debt relief shit, where they just negotiate, like, hey, we're going to do this, we'll pay you this, settle for this dollar amount. I don't feel guilty about that anyway. Because they've gotten the money back from me. They've gotten their money back from me. So that I don't give a shit. Now, full-blown bankruptcy, that has to be extreme. And that has to be where, okay, the 386 is no longer making money. I have no choice but to file bankruptcy. There's no company job. Am I going to make enough money to pay that, even to do the debt consolidation stuff? Even to do that, there's no company job that's going to make enough money to cover that. It just isn't. It just isn't. So then you just go bankrupt. It is what it is. As a matter of fact, it probably would just be easier just to file bankruptcy right now. And just go to night transportation and be done with it. It would be easier to do that. In all reality. But then I'm losing everything I've worked for the last 7 or 8 fucking years. Everything. Well, in my opinion, that's a lot. That's a lot. So, like I said, we are working to save what we can. We're working to stay in business. We're working to pay down the debt. And we're saving as much money as we can to put back in the truck if need be. But if we get that breakdown we can't fix, lights out. It's over. I have no choice but to go bankrupt. Because I won't have the means to pay for anything working for someone else. I just won't have the means. I make more money being an owner-operator than I do as a company driver. And if I can no longer be an owner-operator, then I can no longer pay for all the bullshit. But it was never your money, so who cares? Well, maybe. Majority of Americans have that. Many people going tonight? Might be. I mean, Salty Pirate left. So, I'm curious why Salty left. But I think when people start bouncing jobs, and I hate to say it, Salty, if you're watching, no disrespect, but you've had more jobs damn near almost than Coach. The bouncy. It's like Tim Keller, just bouncy. It's you guys are all over the fucking place trying to find something, and I don't know what you're looking for. That makes people leave a job over and over and over again. Like, I hate orientation. These guys are almost making a career out of orientations. I'd want to do orientation once and then that's it. I hate orientation. But it's like these guys' goal to get as many orientations in their life as possible. It just doesn't make any sense. Tyson, I'm not. Tyson sounds like refrigerated. I'm not doing refrigerated. I'm not doing. Even as a company guy, I don't want nothing to do with refrigeration. I don't want to deal with reefer fuel. I don't want to deal with a broken down fucking reefer unit. I don't want to always be looking in my mirror to make sure I've got a fucking T or K or whatever the fuck it is. I don't want any of that. Job hopping is part of I guess so, Charlie. That's what it seems to be. I just ain't never been that guy. Did I job hop CR England when they had the Walmart account and then Schneider took the account over? Is that job hopping? Leaving CR England to go to Schneider? Same account? Maybe that's a job hop. I don't fucking know. Was it a job hop when I leased a truck with Schneider and then bought a truck? And then a month later I'm leased now with Jeff? Is that a job hop? That's potentially a job hop. So even with that, then when leaving Jeff after 2 years to get my own authority, is that a job hop? That could potentially be a job hop. That could be a job hop. So I job hop from CR England after a year to Schneider. After 2 years, I job hop to be a lease operator. 6 months, I job hopped there and job hopped onto the spot market. And then 2 years after that, I job hopped to go to get my own authority. So potentially, maybe I'm also a job hopper. Maybe I'm a job hopper also. But if I'm looking at a company, I'm looking at a company that I'm never going to look for another company. You know what I'm saying? That company's going to have everything I want. One thing I do miss about company is their OCs. I miss a company that has OCs. Fucking, not only does Knight have Knight OCs, Knight has Swift OCs, they have fucking whoever else's OCs, and Knight's got it. They're all over the goddamn place. The fact that Knight has freight that goes anywhere and everywhere that I want to go, that's a bonus, The fact that it's not forced dispatch, if I prefer to go somewhere else, I could say, no, I'd rather go here or whatever. Knight has that opportunity. Knight has new equipment. They don't fuck around with you shit trying to keep jalopies on the fucking road. Bonus. They pay well. They pay for college. it just seems like, and it's not like I've been like looking at job opportunities. I haven't. I haven't. But if it comes to that fucking point, then maybe potentially I'll look at some other places. But you know, it'd be between GP Transco and fucking Knight, and Knight for me wins it only because of all the OCs they've got all over the fucking place. So you don't have paid parking and things of that nature. And the OCs are nice. They've got the laundry, they got showers, they got, some places have the restaurants or food or whatever. So, I mean, to me, that's a bonus, you know? That's a bonus. Salty left Knight because they were not giving him the miles. Why wasn't he giving him the miles, Billy Bob? Is it because he wasn't available? Was he not communicating to the dispatcher how many hours he had left? I mean, there's a reason why they don't give you loads. It's not because they don't have them. So why, and a lot of it falls on the, like the broker, my dispatcher should just know where I'm at and they could see my logs. Was he not proactive in getting it? Because my opinion is, if you're getting dispatched, you need to let your dispatcher know your available hours. You gotta let them know things. I mean, they don't have a glass what you call it, the crystal ball. They can't just just like you remember when Cooper was saying, I'm a runner. And then he said at GP Transco bitching and I'm a runner and I'm just sitting here because he didn't communicate nothing. And do you also realize that he's not a fucking runner? And even Coach will tell you that Cooper was never a runner. That motherfucker stops 10 times a day to get a cup of coffee. Then he's got to stop 10 more times to take a piss. He ain't a fucking runner. I'll tell you my personal experience. He's not a fucking runner. I mean, if you remember, he was running that fucking truck while Oster was still out. He took over that truck. He ain't a fucking runner. So if you want to be a runner, you can be a runner. You have to communicate. I don't know if he's communicating or not, communicating. But you got to communicate available hours and shit. Hirschbach also has, yeah. Hirsch is reefer. I don't want to do reefer. Not too much how the trips go and scramble. Good where you want. Stay off the East Coast. Exactly. Fuck the East Coast. I like the Southeast, but not the Northeast. You'll just be a number at night. That's what I want to be, Charlie. That's what I want to be. Night is the refrigerated division of Swift. I don't want Eddie refrigerated. I have no idea why they wasn't giving him the miles. He said they started out running good miles. Then he said all of a sudden the miles dropped, just like he said. Yeah, he's quick at the red button. Yeah, I don't know. You got to communicate. Like, okay, I'm not getting the hours. These guys spend quite a bit. I don't know what orientation pays, but I believe they do pay for orientation. And then they're paying for your background check. They're paying for your piss test, your hair follicle test. They're paying for all of this shit and then put you in a truck. It costs more money to bring on drivers than it costs to just keep you. Okay? No company wants to just have a revolving door. They don't. So you got to figure out why the fuck he wasn't getting the miles, Because it could be, did he have, I mean, I'm not saying this because I don't know, but if you have a lot of lates, if you're not on time, things of that nature. If you're doing over 10-hour breaks or you're doing 12, 13-hour breaks, or they see your fucking logs look like an EKG machine, right? Where it looks like you're stopping every 15 fucking miles. I mean, That's you can't. What are you going to do with that guy? What are you going to do with that guy? Nothing. Because you don't know if he can have a straight line and then, 30-minute break and fuel. Back driving for another 8 hours. If you don't have that, how can they know whether or not you can run that load or not? Because you look like a goddamn EKG machine, you know? Think of all the money the job hoppers by switching all the time. Oh, the job hoppers they're killing the industry. I mean, think about it, DJ. They spend what has it got to be? I know I spend about $500 to bring somebody on. These guys are paying for hotel. They're paying for fuel. They're paying for meals. They're paying for your transportation to get there. I mean, they're paying for all that shit. They got to be in thousands of dollars. They've got to be in thousands of dollars on these guys. You know. Yeah, pumpkin OC's breakfast is worth the 35%. Absolutely, Sean. Yeah, I love fucking Gary, Indiana OC. Fuck yeah. Yep. Did Asian Mike sell his boat yet? He owes a lot of people a lot of money. I don't know if he does or not. I don't know what Asian Mile owes. They lose huge money, job hop. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, DJ Bullen, absolutely. They sure as fuck do. And that's why when they look at your resume and you got, like, how many jobs you had in the last 10 years? Okay? I'm going to show myself for the last 7 or 8 years. I'm going to show Jeffrey Lake for 2 years. Well, there's your 10 fucking years right there. There's your 10 years. I mean, god damn. Some of these guys, they gotta grab a second page to finish off their 10 years. You know? It's insanity. And then they think, well, you're lucky they even fucking hire you. I mean, honestly, dude. I'm lucky they just don't blackball and say, no, we're not interested. I mean, you've had 10 jobs in the last 10 years. Okay, so maybe if we look at the law of averages, you'll spend a year with us. Maybe, maybe not, you know? I don't feel bad for these trucking companies. They get you to orientation, and when you work for them, it turns out to be something else. Charlie, this is where, what else could it be? What else could it be, Charlie, that you didn't ask, right? Is it insurance is higher, the deductions are higher, your raises aren't coming fast enough, your vacation time isn't fast enough? What's the problem? Is it just the miles, or is it everything else? Like, I'll be honest with you. When I talked tonight, I said we plan on being out 3 weeks at a time. He says we should be able to get you 3,000 miles easily a week at 3 weeks. 3 weeks. If you give us 3 weeks a month, right? 3 weeks at a time, we'll get you 3,000 miles. Now, if I signed up and I ended up, now, is that realistic? I think it is. I think you should be able to get 3,000 miles a week. Is everyone wanting to do 3,000 miles a week? No, they don't. They don't want to work, 10-hour drive days. They don't want those long days. They want to fuck off at truck stops. They, want to act like big-time truck drivers and, visit every truck stop that they run across. Some people are just out here acting like truck drivers, but they're not really doing anything. I don't blame the company. A lot of the fault has to lay on the fucking driver. Because if I'm not getting the loads, why am I not getting the loads? If I'm telling my dispatcher that, listen, I've got 8 hours of drive time, 10 hours on my duty time, why am I not getting a load today? Why am I waiting till tomorrow? I've got it. But if the broker, because the dispatcher's probably doing 10 or 15, 20 trucks, I don't fucking know. But you think that you're the only motherfucker that's working, and you're not. And sometimes maybe that dispatcher overlooks you or whatever. I don't know what their system looks like, so I don't know that if they're intentionally fucking you. But they can deadhead you somewhere to get you a load. You don't need to sit there just because there's only 10 miles of deadhead tomorrow. They should be able to deadhead you fucking 300 goddamn miles or wherever to get that next load. Night's big enough that you shouldn't even have that much deadhead. But there's loads out there. Night has the loads. You just need to make yourself available. And if it don't, I don't know. Just heard a radio ad. The pumpkin is offering a huge sign-on bonus. See, that I like too. When I signed on with Schneider, I got $10,000 sign-on bonus. You know, no orientation at this company. Piss test, home clinic, few tests, and computer, flight or car rental to truck. Yeah, that's what I do. I mean, that's how I am. I don't have orientation. I send everything to you. You don't even need to come to my house. Better declare bankrupt now before Surf's debt becomes stuck on you like student debt. Surf's debt. What's Surf's debt, KQ? Most of the time it's money. Damn, 3,000 miles a week, 60 cents a mile is 1,800 best. Are you telling me you could make more as a company at Night Transport than big time leasing at Hirschbach? I'm not leasing anywhere. Shop fees. Have you thought about becoming a dispatcher? I did have a dispatching thing going. I hate it because I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy who's just gonna dispatch a load to keep you moving. When I dispatch, I'm looking for the best fucking load for you. So I mean, when I was dispatching the guy in California, I'd be on the fucking load board from 7 in the goddamn morning till 2 in the afternoon, getting that best load for him. I'm not the guy who just calls C.H. Robinson and tries to find some shit fucking load just to keep you loaded. I'm not that fucking guy. I'm not going to be the guy. I'm working for you. I'm looking to get the best possible fucking load, best possible money for you. For me, it's stressful, and that stress is based on me, right? Of what I want to give you in return for that percentage I'm charging you. Some other dispatchers don't give a shit. It's too stressful for me because I'm always trying to find that best rate. If you were just keep me moving, try to negotiate a rate, but the rate don't matter. Just keep me fucking moving and everything will pan out. Okay. But I'll even then still be looking for the best rate. If you're a crybaby like Tim was turning down loads, he's admitted it on YouTube. Do you think the dispatcher, he's going to feed him? The good loads, no. He's going to put on a back burner. Oh, that's true. Yep, that is true. I'm not saying the Hirschbach deal isn't a good deal. 99-cent fuel. I mean, that truck is cheaper than a Schneider truck. Schneider ain't giving no 99-cent fuel. That truck is cheaper, even with the MMA. Last I knew, somebody had texted me that new contractor that just signed on with Schneider is paying $1,500 before he even rolls that truck. He's paying $1,500 a week. He's in the hole $1,500 before he even pulls his first load. That doesn't include 99-cent fuel. That's what Schneider is charging these fucking contractors. So if you want to compare apples to apples, Hirschbach is a better lease than Schneider lease. But I'm not looking to do no goddamn lease. I'm not. At all am I looking to do a lease. If I did anything with Schneider's, I'd get that fucking Volvo they've got, put the 13 grand down, spend $1,300 a week, and just buy a fucking SFI truck and keep my authority. That's what I would do. I mean, why would I lease to a goddamn company? I wouldn't. I'd just buy one of their SFI trucks. 13 grand down, $1,300 a week, which 300 of that is MMA. So, you're paying your maintenance in advance, $300. So I would do that and keep my authority than I would lease to a company, You could be too much a perfectionist to be dispatcher. That could be, Sean. I just don't. I'm looking for the best rate. I look for the best rate for me, the best lane. What are you going to get out of that area so I could justify sending you to that area? If I can't justify it to you of why am I sending you here is because I've got a good load coming back out, And if I can't justify that, then I'm just sending you fucking places just to keep you loaded, then you're a shitbag, You'll hate leasing more than a company driver if you like to control your business. That double down exactly. If I'm going to not control nothing, then I'm not going to control nothing, right? I'm not going to control shit. If I'm not in control of all of it, then I don't want any of it. And I'll just be a company guy and go where I go. And then hopefully I get value, right? My dispatcher sees value in me and gives me the goddamn loads. That's what I want to see. I want to give value to where I get the fucking miles. 50 people in here, that's a big deal. I'm deadheading from Flagstaff to Phoenix. There you go, quick. See? You get the deadhead. You move, you roll. There's no reason why you got to wait a day, Why don't you do that? Take a few months to save that 13K. I could. But then can I make 13 that's a lot of goddamn money, and this spot market ain't providing that. If my insurance is $1,500, the truck payment's $1,000, I still have the Peterbilt I got to pay for, right? I still got to pay for the Peterbilt. So let's say insurance is going to go up because now I'm insuring a $200,000 piece of equipment versus a $30,000 piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just too much. It's too much loot. I don't think I could survive at $1,300 a week fucking truck note. No fucking way. That's Purdue run quick on I-17. Enjoy the downhill. Or Purdy. JT, what's up, brother? Long time no see. Yeah, I don't know. We're just going to ride the bitch out and see what happens. And then go from there. If the truck breaks down and I can't fix it, then I'm out of the water. I'm done. Anyway. Having a relationship as a dispatcher with C.H. Robinson is nothing. Oh, it's beyond nothing, Sean. It means nothing. I haven't ran a CH load for a coon's age. Do you know why? 'Cause it's shit. It's shit. It's just, it's ridiculous, I'm running a lot of Ryan's Transport. Ryan's Transport's got some good loads, some decent rates. C.H. Robinson, garbage can. They're just junk. If you have a dispatcher and they give you a fucking C.H. Robinson load, this motherfucker is not working very hard for you. I promise you. This guy ain't working hard for you if you get CH. And if you consistently get CH loads, trust me, he ain't working hard for you. Yep, keep grinding, best. Yeah, that's all I can do, baby. Keep grinding. Look at you just winging it. Way to be. That's it. Who gives? Fuck it. You can make it work if you put in a good driver in one of the trucks. Well, listen, you can put a good driver in the fucking truck. If the truck breaks down, who's paying for it? Is it going to be me paying for it or you paying for it? I want to sell that 386. That 386 will be sold. I have no desire of owning that 386. I never had desire of owning that 386. That 386 was supposed to be a lease purchase to a Sean, and he couldn't get it together. I had zero desire to fucking own that thing. So that fucker's going to be leased. If I can get the 680 rebuilt, that truck needs to be on the fucking road, and it ain't going to be driven by me. And I ain't never doing a fucking 60/40 with nobody ever again. It's or a cent per mile or nothing. I'm not paying for the fucking maintenance of shitbags. I'm not fucking doing it. Tough go here at the Pumpkin. Even the contract freight rates really drop. Yep. Made a killing in KC last week. 18 loads done at $560 per load on 28 mile per load. There you go, Mark. I'm helping a driver here on Tinker who's come from Schneider Van. Yeah. It's a tough gig, man. It's a tough gig fucking everywhere. It ain't easy. And AI can go suck a fucking dick. I mean, AI... I don't even want to do business. I mean, other than PLS had, or I think it's PLS. I mean, they had a good load, but again, they want an updated insurance card or something. And the AI says, well, we can't book a load with you. Okay, so give me somebody who can. Well, you got to email. Oh, fucking tits, dude. Let me fucking talk to somebody. But they won't. They won't let you talk to a human. Now is a great time to get out of the trucking industry. Welcome back, 10-4. 10-4. Dude, I still love it. I love the OTR shit. I love being out weeks at a time with the old lady. But I'm telling you, it's a little rough. It's a little rough. Yeah. Sell me that Pete, 5,000 down, 1,300 a month, 2,600 total price. I'll put a driver in it. 26,000 total price. I owe more than that. Unfiltered. I owe more than that. I bought it for 26. But with this, the bank put a lease on it. So it's a lease. It's a lease. So it doesn't matter if I pay more on the truck. All it does is you're still paying the same dollar amount. You're just paying one less payment, you know? That's it. I could sign on trucks, Manny. But but this is the deal. It ain't going to be 80-20 anymore. It's going to be 85 and you pay the insurance. That's what it's going to be if I bring on a contractor. I'll pay 85% of the load, you pay the insurance. Because the contractors have fucked me, and I've said this a million times, so I'm not going to get into that. Contractors have fucked me to the point where my insurance is fucking ridiculous. So I'm not fucking paying for it anymore. You will. Well, I'll give you 85% of the fucking load, which is better than a lot of these other guys I'm seeing out here. But I can't eat that insurance money. Can't do it. I miss driving trucks, but I never go back. I do love doing it. I love doing what we do. I really do. And, you know, do I want to bring on contract? I don't know, dude. I don't even know if I would bring on contractors. I would bring on one contractor that's taken over the 386, and that's it. That's it. That's it. I would do that. But I don't, as far as like bringing on a third, a fourth, a fifth, I don't know. I don't know. They'd have to be like Sean Fairman. You know, nomadic Brit. We'd have to talk about a quality of fucking person that is just not normal, right? It's not the normal job hopper. It's not the guy, hey, I just bought a truck. I want to be on the spot market. And they have no idea how to manage time, money, or business. I'm over that. I'm over that. I'm not just bringing any Tom, Dick, and fucking Harriet. I need somebody who's got the fucking drive, the knowledge, and the ability. And not just, I'm going to fucking wing it and hope for the fucking best shit. You know? Problem is, if you get out of trucking, I would take a big pay cut. Yes, absolutely. A driver like me. There you go, Ringo. I mean, potentially. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But I'm just over just bringing people in to bring in a fucking body, you know, and hope they fucking get it. Right? I was hoping Oster would fucking get it. He didn't fucking learn a goddamn thing. He's been here for fucking feels like 3 years. And he still couldn't fucking do shit on his own. It's that shit. I don't want that fucking numbnut out here being a steering wheel holder waiting for everything to be fucking handed to him and think that he's going to be okay. Because it's not. It's not okay. You have to be a self-starter and run your clock efficiently and know what the fuck you're doing. Being an owner-operator doesn't give you more time off. It adds more responsibility and more work. If you don't want that work, if you just want to be, I want to be an owner-operator, get all the benefits of being an owner-operator, and it's like, I could go home when I want, I could go where I want, I could do what I want. If that's what you're looking for, then this ain't it. This ain't it. Because I work harder as an owner-operator than I ever did as a fucking company driver. And then having the back office and all that shit you got to deal with, stay on top of your taxes. Half of these fucking guys that are doing lease purchases aren't even filing taxes. And if they do, they're doing a half-ass shit job of it. Or they got 3 years of unpaid taxes. You know? That they've never filed taxes. It's insanity. And I'm not interested in those. Not interested in that bullshit. At all. So it's tough to find that guy you want to lease onto. Or have them lease onto you. So I don't know if I would. I think it'd just be that 2-truck operation, me and Tennessee Matt's the guy I fucking want, the guy that helped fucking rebuild that 386. I want him to have that fucking truck. And if I got to put in a rebuild in it, I'll put a rebuild in it. But he's going to owe what I owe. That's it. He's going to owe what I owe. I'm not looking to fucking make any money off of him or anything. Just pay what I owe on the truck. And if that's a year from now or whatever, then he just takes over fucking payments. Takes over payments, takes care of his own physical damage insurance, and that's that. And that's the end of it. Gets a trailer for free, just maintain the trailer. And the whole fucking kit caboodle's fucking his. Hell, he can have the fucking trailer. Just get me the fuck out of that 386 and back into the 680. And I'm golden. I'm golden. I'm semi-retired as a lazy carrier. There you go. First question Billy Rains asked BOC. How often can I go home? Yep. That's it, Team Tiny. That's no different that I've said it 100 times when I signed on with fucking Schneider, and I got their truck at Schneider, and they give you 3 weeks of no truck payment. Your first load is to get your trailer, right? And they pay pretty decent to go get the trailer. So I already knew where my trailer was. I was getting loads booked up. I started knocking on doors. Because everyone was pretty cool there. We all got along and all shot shit and shit. So I was saying, well, did you find any loads? Do you need help looking for a load or anything? He says, no, I'm going home. I'm just going to go home. Oh, what do you mean you're going home? Yeah, I'm going to get a load. I'll get a load after that. Do you know why? Because the motherfuckers want to go home, show their girlfriends, show their buddies, show their parents. I'm a big time owner operator now. This is my new truck. And then in 3 weeks later, when the payments start coming in, they ain't fucking got nothing. They ain't got fucking nothing. And then they're done. Because it's all about the fucking home time. It's all about the fucking home time, dude. It's ridiculous. Best way to make money in trucking is become an accountant. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I could do that too. I could just do back office for truck drivers, right? Back office for truck drivers. I've got a chick who does taxes. And then I can send all your shit to this accountant and I can just do bookkeeping. I just do bookkeeping for truckers. I don't need to be in a goddamn truck to make a buck off of this, off of the trucking industry in general. I've got software. I can use that software to do your back office. I could charge you, the $40 a week that fucking ATBS is doing, and I'll give you a better profit loss statement than ATBS will give you. And I go do that, $40 a week. And then we'll do your taxes at the end of the fucking year for X amount of fucking dollars. It's tiresome when you're watching everybody else put a hand in your pocket and get paid, but you're living on a budget. 15 to 20 years ago, it was much different. I believe it. I believe it. Not to mention everyone else's time is valuable except the driver's time. That's true too. Says the man sitting at home for the last 5 years. Right, but Freight Shaker, I had contractors, dude. I was running a carrier. That's totally different than sitting at home as an owner-operator. I was running a carrier. A little different. Road service pays good. Josh, I'm telling you, I'll do tire changing. I'll get the old Ford set up and I'll change tires on the fucking highway. We got the Ultra Michelobes. Everybody's yelling, hurry up, and the driver's getting hurry up and wait. That's it. I was sitting in the basement too long. That's because I was anticipating that contractors would do their job and they didn't. What are you gonna do? You made me feel butt hurt, so then we're even. Freight Shaker, I love you. Yeah. I don't know if I even, the carrier's the carrier. Like I said, first things first is, getting Matt or someone equal to Matt if Matt, chooses not to do it or whatever. Finding someone equivalent to Matt. Somebody that could fix their own shit. Somebody who's going to be on top of the equipment. Somebody who's going to look at an opportunity, as an opportunity. That I'll do. Matt's got first dibs. And that's probably going to be a year. I'm hoping a year from today I'll have rebuild money for at least a 386. A minimum for the 3. Because that's not a lot of money. I mean, 16.5 for Christ's sake. If I can't pull 16.5 together in 12 months, I mean, what am I even doing out here? If I can't scrape up 16.5 in 12 months? Who are we fooling? If you can't put that together, what are we even doing out here? Because if I can't do that, then it's just going to be a struggle. Every fucking day is going to be a fucking grind. You know what I'm saying? Every day will be a fucking grind if I can't save 50, 16, 17 grand in a year. Fuck that. Oh, Moet, you don't fucking know me. Fucking too much labor. You don't know me. You don't know my work ethic. You don't know my physical abilities. You know nothing about me to say that. What do you look for in a man? Oh, baby. Well, somewhat clean shaven, because I like them teens. Those tweens, where twinks, whatever they are. Did he really get the W9 repossessed? It didn't get it repossessed. He gave it back. He parked it back for him. That W9 was a bad deal out the fucking gate. The flatbed trailer was a bad gig out the gate. I mean, it's just bad circumstance. I mean, it is what it is. It didn't get repossessed though. He just said this isn't working, and we can't. I can't keep this up. I mean, if anything, he was smart. Because at least you know your weakness, right? If you don't know your weakness and you think everything is fine and then it's not, and then here you are under the impression it is, but, you know. Best, we need to check your Google. So I do better than that. Incognito. Come on, man. Sell the house, save the business. Charlie, that's the last thing I would fucking do. That's like, well, James, just get a second mortgage. No, not doing that either, baby. I'm not doing that either. Yeah. I know what you put out in the universe and changing tires, ain't it? What are you talking about? I plan on changing my own tires, Moet. What are you talking about? I plan on changing my own tires. And what they're charging to change tires now? Dude, people are paying what, $900? Did Coach say he had a trailer tire and they charged him $900 to change a tire? That's a $250 tire. I mean, come on. And the service call? I mean, it's easy money. What are you talking about? You know? You ever hear from RD? No, RD don't like me, Marty. Because RD's I don't know. I like RD. RD don't like me. Because I told him, I told RD when I was still in the basement, I said, dude, I'll dispatch you for free. Let me dispatch you for free. I'll make you more money. It'll make up the 5% I'm going to charge you. And if I don't, well, fuck, you got dispatching for free, But he didn't. And then he, gave up his authority and then leased on with Spectre. And, now I think he's retired. But yeah, RD is the I know everything but won't take no chances type of shit. So I still like RD though. But RD don't dig me at all. Yeah, RD doesn't like anybody. Well, it's plausible. It's it's plausible. I do like RD though. I mean, I've talked to him quite a bit, and we've argued quite a bit, but it's always been a civil argument. But I just think this motherfucker, he don't like me at all, because the words I say to him hurt him, and and I know they hurt him. So he gets butt hurt, But that's just my personality, I don't intentionally. Well, I intentionally try to hurt you, but I don't expect it to like hurt you physically. I just want to get you a little bent up a little bit. That's all. That's all I want. It's just to get you in your feelings a little bit. I don't want you to go fucking crazy, and actually hate me. I don't want that, but I don't mind. I don't mind irritating you. You know. You didn't want to be a bread distributor. You said it was too much labor. No, I never said that. A bread distributor? No, I work Schwann's, brother. I mean, what, hauling bread is a fucking problem? I did Schwann's for years. Uh, that's pretty labor intensive. What happened to old Bucky? I don't know. I haven't heard or seen from Bucky in ever. Yeah. Yeah. I've always liked that guy though. Always liked him. Is that you, babe?
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh.
Your piss test starting tomorrow?
Huh?
Your piss test start tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. How was your coffee?
Fine.
Did you find anything?
Yeah.
What'd you get?
Some chai.
No, that was your coffee. What did you get at the
A pumpkin roll and chai tea.
pumpkin roll?
Yeah.
I talk about. Didn't you go to Erie?
Yeah. We went to Erie and I got a whole bag of things for $9. Hoodies, t-shirts, sweatpants.
Did you?
Yep. It was, stuff was like 50 cents and stuff. Instead of fill the bag, I think that's at the end of the month.
Yeah.
So I got a whole bag just crammed full of clothes. And then, where else did we go?
What coffee shop they got there?
Um,
Was it that one that was next door to where we had
it was-
breakfast that one
yeah,
day?
I think so. It was
Yeah.
the bakery place, a
Yeah.
nice place that we went to
Yeah.
for breakfast.
Not the dive joint where
No,
we went
it
on the
was,
corner.
It was a nice Urban Eats kind of looking
Yeah,
place.
yeah, that's the first.
That's
the
where
place where we ate
I
first
think we
time.
had breakfast there with
First
your mom.
time.
Yeah,
Then the second time we went to that one on the corner.
yeah. And we
Yeah.
didn't well,
No, their eggs Benedict was horrible.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we just got coffee and pumpkin roll and had that, and then she had to go to Hobby Lobby, and then we went into Salvation Army. I didn't buy anything in there. She took me to Dollar General, so I got some paper towels. I got 2 big ones, 2 for $13.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good deal.
With 8 rolls each.
I think they're 8 rolls or 6 equals 12 or something crazy like that. It's the
Yeah.
sparkle ones that we always get.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's 6 of them, but it was 2 for $12, and I'm like, that is really cheap because they're like 8 something each.
You're too cute.
So I got that and some wood dust cleaner and some Crystal Light because I haven't had any.
Yeah.
You know what would be good? Is instead of them square bottles of mustard and ketchup, we get the picnic kind, the round bottles. Then it won't take up so much room than big.
Oh, and then
square.
just squirt it.
Yeah. So you just fill it up there and.
Yeah, because they come with a little cap.
Yeah. I think that, and so it's skinnier and not the big
Yeah.
square bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got that at the dollar store or no?
No, I didn't. I didn't see them there. I did look, but I didn't.
Mom
see
might have them. Mom might have those little squeeze bottles.
I even looked at the Salvation Army to see if they had them there.
Ah,
They didn't have them.
They just throw those fuckers away.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But I have seen them at the dollar store before. But it's like, maybe
Yeah,
it's
picnicky
out of
stuff.
Because I'm like, this is what I need. I need a bottle.
Which
like
Dollar
this.
Tree would have them.
At Hobby Lobby, I'm like, I need these kind of bottles for my shampoo and conditioner because the samples aren't cheap.
No, it's pointless.
So I'm like, but I need something where it's thick liquid so it'll go into like maybe a little tiny funnel.
Yeah, I've got tiny funnels.
Well, I gotta find plastic bottles, not glass ones. They had glass ones in there, and I'm like, that's
Well,
not gonna-
reuse the
that's not
travel
gonna work.
size ones.
Yeah, I guess I could.
We can refill them with whatever you want.
Those are so small though. I need. That's why I wanted a little bit bigger, just so when we're on the road for a couple months, I got enough. I
Yeah.
don't need. And then I got stuff for home. You should see all the clothes I got. It's ridiculous.
So you good?
I did good.
Not a girl.
Can't try anything on, but I'm like,
I'll help you.
I only found one pair of jammy shorts, but I'm like, well, I still have jammy shorts.
Yeah.
What I was looking for was a package of t-shirts just like you've got with V-neck, but I couldn't find those.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Girl shirts are expensive.
Girl clothes are expensive.
Yeah. I don't know why you.
They want us to go around naked. Like this
I prefer
guy,
that.
The guy that I follow, I'm 6'7". He's a big black guy, and he goes, "I need to apologize to my women friends." He goes, "I've dated some women where their bras are like hanging on a thread," and he's like, "And no, I don't care. It doesn't bother me." He's like, "But I just went with my wife to get new bras, and I owe you an apology." No, now I know. It's like I could never figure out why my wife only had a couple bras, and now I know they want, especially when you got big boobs, they want like $100 for a bra. He's like, "I don't know how you guys do it." I'm like,
Cut them off.
I said, "Just free the titty." I mean, stop looking at our boobs and we don't have to wear a bra anymore. We hate these things. They're contraptions and they cost a lot of money.
Amatic Brit says hi.
Hello. Oh, you want
PJ Bolin says hi.
So we had a really funny moment. We were walking out of the cafe and I choked on air like I always do. I, I started coughing and then I tripped and then I farted.
Oh, God dang.
And Maria was howling. She was howling. I was howling, which made me fart even more. I said I've been taking stool softeners for days and they're not working. And then I'm like, did you do? Did I poop my pants, Maria? She's howling even harder.
Not cases.
I thought, yeah, this is so funny. She's never gonna. She brought it up on the way back. She's like, oh my God, you choked. She said you sneezed, tripped, and farted. I said, no, I coughed. Then I tripped and I farted as we were leaving.
Here's something else.
I know, we had so much fun. She's like, I'm tempted to call that Jeffrey though. How dare he? I'm like, I know, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he'd do that to me. I said, maybe I went crazy. Maybe I'm bipolar and I went crazy and I should have gave it more time and now I feel like a stalker. You know, I should not have just gone to the worst case scenario. I said, I don't know if it's bipolar.
Well, the dude's not answering the phone.
I said, maybe it's PTSD, maybe it's
He
abandonment.
could text you though, babe. That's the problem.
I know.
He's not even texting you back.
And he answered the police.
Well, we get it. If you don't feel good, you don't feel good. But
Yeah.
don't leave you hanging
But then
like that.
I even said, I'm going to do a police wellness check. You'd think he would have been like, I'm fine. But
Yeah.
no, he let that happen.
You called him.
And I did. I called bars, I called his ex-girlfriend, I called his Uber driver. None of them got back to me, so they probably called him and he said, oh, I'll just, I'll get back to her. That's what he told the police.
I don't know a Nick Fuentes on Rumble.
I know who Nick Fuentes is.
Who's Nick Fuentes?
A goiper, but I like him.
A goiper?
Yeah, it's kind of like a white nationalist kind of guy.
Yeah.
I like him. He's really smart for how young he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like listening to him. I do. But he is he's young and
oh, the guy with the giant mailbox. Well, who was that? Oh, he lives like out in Maine or something.
I don't think I know.
No, you don't know him. Oh yeah, Scott Keller. He's so proud of his big old fucking mailbox. I mean, the fucking thing was a monstrosity.
So that's not a podcaster you're talking about?
No.
Who's talking about Nick Fuentes?
I don't know him. Funny fella. I don't know who that is.
I follow him on Twitter. Well, he's actually on Rumble, which is why I was trying to get in there.
Yeah, Goodwill's always got a lot of clothes.
Yeah, but they're not cheap, man. I got a bag full of clothes for $9.
Freight Shaker, I'm with you on that. 7Q recognizes that voice. Yep, probably. Probably on Zello, huh? 7Q? Chucker21 says hello.
Hello.
24 is loving my beard. Yeah, he was proud of that fucking mailbox. Oh, he's like bragging on it like everyone else is a piece of shit because they don't have a mailbox like me. That was too funny. Like, no one gives a fuck about your mailbox. Funny. Get a job at the prison. I think I'm blackballed from the prison, Shaker. I applied when Thompson built the prison, but they didn't budget enough money for employees, so they couldn't open it. And I applied and was going to do the physical, and then I thought, well, if they don't have the money for employees, then why even bother go through this physical and shit? And they say that if you don't show up, you're blackballed. They'll never interview you or do anything with you again. So I'm going by what they say. So I've never bothered. And I'm too old to be working no goddamn prison anyway. Now, but back then, shit, I was in my 20s, late 20s. That was a long time ago. I think I was still living at my mom's house. So yeah, now it wouldn't have been late 20s then. It would have been early 20s. Hell, I don't remember. Long time ago. Now that when they need people, they'll take whoever. And the one I'm at, the average age is like 55. Really? Looks like you're 3 months early for a gig as Santa at the local strip mall. We're working on it. 7Q. Maybe another 10 years I'll be Santa. Right now I kind of like not having to shave, so that's nice. And it covers up my double thick ass fucking neck, so makes me look slimmer, doesn't it? Don't I look like I lost weight? I mean, don't look at the sugar titties. Don't look at my sugar titties, but in general, I think you could masturbate looking to me. I'll even make eye contact if you want to, hit my DMs.
I gotta go roll smokes.
Did you stop in Fulton?
Yep. $80 for two, but I got 2 ounces each. Or 2
Bigger ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still. And he says, yeah, Michigan's about to go as high as as high as Illinois now too.
Fucking taxes.
I said, when I get my stuff out of state in Colorado, California, Washington, I'm thinking I'm getting robbed. Like it's fake.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh no, that's real stuff. He says, but even their prices are going up.
No.
And I'm like, well.
You look your best when Randall's. Oh, god damn, 7Q. What an asshole.
You look your best when what?
When Randall's next to me.
Oh.
Because then I look slimmer.
They can't see me though.
No, they can't see you.
Yeah.
You're beautiful. You're too cute for this thing.
You're funny.
I enjoy working at the prison in Thompson. When they made it federal prison, money was good. Yeah, I don't know, Bobby. I know they hired a guy for years just walking around flushing toilets because they didn't have money to bring in the guards and shit. So I'm not sure. And then I know they this is fucking 15 years or better. They had the guys there doing the cables, optic cables and shit. They were upgrading the wiring in the joint. So even then they weren't building it up good. They still had to put fiber optics in. Randall's at work 2-4. He should be home momentarily, though. I think he gets off at 1:30. Well, he'll be home soon. Yep. Did you see all the food I grilled up?
Yeah.
It's on the counter. I gotta put it all away, though. Bacon and sausage. I got you chorizo in that sausage.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're spoiled.
So you already got stuff done like that?
Wow.
I don't even know what I'm making for dinner.
Yeah.
I gotta roll smokes, sweep, vacuum, dump the litter box.
I don't even know what sounds good for dinner.
Laundry away.
I was gonna make some breakfast this morning with that shit, and then I didn't. So I don't know what's for breakfast or lunch or dinner. I can't even tell you what I'm in the mood for. I don't even know what sounds good.
I don't either.
Frozen pizza? I don't know. I wish we had a nice Chinese restaurant around here. Well, this got boring as fuck. Betting was unreal. I was a contractor doing the fiber. Oh, there you go, Bobby. That was like 15 years ago, wasn't it? I want to say it was about 15 years ago. Because I think at that time, my brother and I were looking at buying the bar in Thompson. Well, we had the bar, but it had a fuck ton of black mold, and that's why the bar got shut down. And man, we had and that city did not want us there at all. They blackballed us on everything, so they denied us our liquor license. So then we just, yeah, Thompson did not want us there at all. For whatever reason, I don't know, but they denied our liquor license. But that place had a lot of black mold in the basement. But yeah, I think it was about 15 years ago. They were looking at that. But they had all the coolers there. Not quite sure if the coolers were really working all that great, but all the bar stools were still there. So it had potential, but I don't, like I said, with all that black mold and stuff, because all the water lines leaked. Everything fucking leaked in the basement. So, we'd have to redo a lot of the fucking plumbing and shit, which would have been fine. Plumbing's not difficult. Unless, of course, well, with it being city, they probably want code and shit, and I don't know nothing about code. I could do copper and shit, but I don't know what code is on any of that shit. So we probably would have failed that in anyway. But fun while it lasted. Gave us something to do for a few months. We kind of fixed it up a little bit, but then I think somebody else bought it, because the guy who owns Iron Horse in Savannah owns that. Well, the guy who owns Iron Horse owns half of Savannah Main Street, so he owns Hog Dogs and then Iron Horse. Then he owned this bar, so we were buying that bar off contract from him, and this thing was a hot mess. Just mostly for the...
Well, I guess I should go roll smokes, honey.
All right, baby. I love you.
Yeah, have a cigarette.
Got half a cigarette left?
Have a cigarette.
Better start rolling.
Roll, vacuum.
You can use that old pack and put ciggies in there.
I don't know what... I guess I'll give some thought to dinner.
Yeah. Looking pretty cute, though.
You got Angel out here?
Yeah.
Where is she?
Probably laying on the deck.
She is.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce off here. It's been fun, but 4 hours is plenty. And the chat's about dead. And I ain't got nothing else to talk about. I'm kind of fucking talked out. I gotta clean up this flat grill before Rand gets home and kills me. But we'll chat at you later. It's been fun.